Okay. Sign in here. All right, everybody. Look, Railtown is not going to have any news anytime soon. We can just block that out of our minds. But there are good things going on. But the attorneys are never going to finish. That's just not their nature. So the purpose of going live so early, I'm going to try to go all day. And I want you to consider three things. One, you should be buying. Two, the business goes on. The fight endures. The cause goes on. How did that go? The cause goes on. Why don't they just show it? And someday, long after this convention, long after the signs come down and the crowd stop cheering and the band stop playing, may it be said of our campaign that we kept the faith. May it be said of our party in 1980 that we found our faith again. And may it be said of us, both in the dark passages and in the bright days, in the words of Tennyson that my brothers quoted and loved, and that have special meaning for me. I am a part of all that I have met. Though much is taken, much abides. That which we are, one equal temper of heroic hearts, strong in will, to strive, to seek, to find, and not to yield. For me, a few hours ago, this campaign came to an end. For all those whose cares have been our concern, the work goes on, the cause endures, the hope still lives, and the dream shall never die. And then Jimmy Carter got up and spoke. Jimmy Carter. And Jimmy Carter didn't win that year. Jimmy Carter. Although he should have. All right, so three things I want. You should be buying. You should realize that the company is continuing to get better all the time, every single day. And what was my third thing? I guess my third thing is the lawyers will finish when you least expect it. So buy, add, hold. Our total is now 12,380,000. I don't know what to do about the sunlight. Maybe if I turn this a little bit better, more like this. I don't know what to do about that sunlight. If you don't, Bert and I really want this, Arthur. If you don't marry Susan, you'll be cut off. You mean from the family? No, Arthur. Do you mean, no, Arthur? The money. Well, I'm going to marry, what was her name? Whatever the other chick's name was. Linda. I'm going to marry Linda. I'm not in love with the turtle. It's $475 million, Arthur. Well, have you noticed that Susan is really quite lovely when the light hits her from a certain angle? Of course, you can't always count on that light. And have you ever had her chicken? All right, so I'm going to try to go through some of the reasons why Railtown is extremely valuable. You have a young, I'm not sure of his intentions, but a very anodyne gentleman on here all the time, Tolstoy King or something like that. And he must collect bumper stickers. He's endless with them. No one goes broke with taking a profit. Well, you do go broke taking a quick profit, because then if you're constantly holding on to losses in your other trades, and you're trying to keep up, or you have financial goals, you do go broke. You don't go broke on that one part that you traded. I sell and I never look back. Well, good for you, Tolstoy. What does that have to do with anything? If you never look back, you never learn. I mean, you shouldn't look back in navel gazing and depression, but you got to study what the heck you did and change and adapt. But that's not good for Tolstoy. And then the one that really got me yesterday, retail is going to sell at $5. That's just how it is. And he knows how. He knows why. And then he makes this other inane comment. Well, I just don't see an over-the-counter stock going to $55. Well, what the hell does that? Where does that come from? He's got vision. He's already shown he's just shy of an idiot, because all he does is trade on bumper stickers. But maybe he's not. Maybe he's a smart guy. But I would suggest he works for the shorts. I would also suggest that he has information you don't have, and he's using other people's money. He's a hit and run guy, which is fine. He's in his 40s. He's got a lot of life left. And I'm sure when the sun goes down on him, he'll have enough money in his account to keep spinning the wheel. But if you want to lose everything, spin the wheel with guys like that. He came on with the idea of buying COSM. Well, he probably bought it before he said that. It went up briefly. And then it's down. So did you play it? Did you buy it? It's 91 cents. I think he came on at 88 cents or 89 cents. It went up to $1.28. I'm sure he sold, never looks back. And then you're sitting there frozen. Um, well, what do I do now? I paid 95 and now it's 90. I don't want a red because none of you want to have a loss on your account. It's like you're getting your kindergarten stars or your high school grades. You don't want red on there. And I'm not making fun. I'm just saying how the human brain and heart thinks when it comes to money. And there's another one here. Um, the gentleman the other day, he didn't have money for Railtown, but because he had to buy equipment, but he bought 5,000 shares of GDC because the company put out a press release saying that the stock was worth $22.75. That's to my memory. You can look it up. A share. What did he pay? $9? $8? I don't know, but it's 769. I'm sure he's got a lot of confidence that he's right, and he's just going to ride it out, and it's going to work because they put out a press release. But many of you would be looking at it and saying, wow, it's down a quarter today. Why isn't it going up? Am I missing something? And you'd be sitting there upset and you wouldn't know. And the fact is that when you consider Palace Capital, which is like an LLC, it's not a real company, they had 800 million worth of Bitcoin, almost 875 million. Well, if you divide the number of shares they issued, they paid $22.75 a share to get that. But when you add in the existing shares, the value is actually $15.65. And of course, this gentleman, I know he's a better businessman than I am, and I may be a great stock guy, but I don't know fuck all what I'm doing. But it's not 22.75. It's 50, let's call it 23. It's not 23. It's 15. Well, that changes the calculus, doesn't it? But still, that's a double. I'm going to do it because I'm just going to do it. All right, so 5,000 shares of GDC could be worth 75 grand eventually, instead of owning 40,000 shares of Railtown. All right, I'm back, I guess. So, I mean, that's fine. I mean, he's a wealthy man and he's gotten through his life without needing to hear about Railtown. But I just want to suggest to you that some of these hot money plays you get distracted by, you're just going to still be in this nightmare of chasing fireflies or asking girls to dance at the prom because you came alone and don't recognize that every other guy brought a date. All right, now Railtown's 44 by 444. The volume's 7,000 shares. Of course, my little thing could be wrong. It says 10 shares last trade. So what I'm Almost Legend showed me yesterday, other than he's a good guy and he pays attention and he doesn't cotton much to being negative and getting all caught up in uh, doom and gloom. He went ahead and did some research, and he found on Corey Brandolini. I think I might have it here, but I don't know. Corey Brandolini made some posts. I might only have one of them. Yeah, I've only got one of them. Boy, you sure have a lot of files. I've only got one of them, but we can talk about the others. I showed them, and it's in it. Yeah, whoa, you've got a lot of files. Each brand is limited to 100 images. Please delete some. Well, we'll do that as I go. But anyway, Corey Brandolini put this up on his LinkedIn, and it says All In is the conference right here, and Railtracks is right there. The other guy, Dr. Tom Core, reposted this to my memory. But they both, and I don't have it here. I showed it to you yesterday. We can find it again today. But they both put up that Langtrax is, they're excited to announce. So what can we gather from that? I think we can gather from it that Railtown is actively moving forward in a Canadian gentlemanly way. They're not going to have a fight with their attorneys. The attorneys are going to putz around because that's what attorneys do. And you can't explain to an attorney that this is affecting the market cap and shareholders because it's not entered into evidence. Attorneys, hey, it wasn't, I didn't learn about in law school. It wasn't anywhere in moot court. It wasn't on the bar exam. And there's nobody putting it in front of my table. So it's irrelevant to me. All I know is if I write up this document and I take my sweet ass time, I'm going to make my entire hourly quota for the year. And I'll get partnership next year. Whatever the hell goes on with attorneys. I'm tired of worrying about it. So the thing is, business is continuing. Railtown AI is attending the All-In conference, and they're going to talk about rail tracks. It's September 24th through September 25th in Montreal. And you see a bunch of the sponsors down here. Now, my experience, which, I may be a great stock guy, but I have no business experience, or, anything I say is worthless. But my experience, for a CEO to go to a conference, if he or she is presenting, if she's presenting at a conference, in this case it's a he, they have to have the news announced. Well, I'm not sure he's presenting. I went through the speakers list. It doesn't look like he's making a talk or going into breakout rooms. So it's possible the attorneys can delay beyond September 24th to 25th. And if history's a guide, the attorneys will delay beyond that. The attorneys are large lumps of clay that move very slowly. That's just what it is. However, if they're going to be presenting rail tracks and they're going to be talking to customers, and there may be some discussion of revenue and future benefits to the company, in an abundance of caution, that's a legal term that only attorneys could come up with. In an abundance of caution, they should get the news out before September 24th. In an abundance of caution. But remember, these attorneys are S in their actions. That's just life. So we have to adopt to it. But look at this. Look what this is. This, we'll go through it. We'll talk. There's some links to Canada, links to NVIDIA, links to all sorts of things. And I've got all day to fill in. We'll go over some of that. This is very exciting. So Corey's letting you know, Railtown's business is moving forward. And they're going out and they're selling the product, even though the attorneys are big lumps on a log. So bravo, bravo. Now he also put up there, and I'll show it in a second. He put up a post that I'm Almost Legend pointed out about rail tracks. Well, guess what? Dr. Tom Core reposted it, or however they did it. They both posted it. So what do we know from these things? We know that Railtown's continuing in its business, which is Railtown created conductor, rail tracks, lang tracks, and shredder, and then this visual thing that helps all developers. Well, they've already developed it. They've already gone through the R&D. They're launching it, all of these, and some of it's been launched a year ago. They're going out for revenue. They're generating business while the lawyers put a big stand in front of the train and say, halt. Corey's taking the train right on down the tracks. He's saying, screw you. If you have to keep working, you can go sit in the grass and talk with each other. We're going to keep doing business. We're not going to be held up by slow attorneys who think their work is more important than producing revenues. And Corey's letting you know he's all about going out and producing revenues. And then what's the second thing we know? Dr. Tom Core from AIP Partners posted these things as well and more. Both companies are Dr. Tom Core. These guys are both moving down the track. They're ignoring the slowpoke attorneys. They're ignoring the pain in the ass regulators. And they're saying, you know what? We'll do everything. We'll provide everything to you. But we're going to move on down the highway and we're going to produce revenues. Even though you want to slow it all down because you basically have a boring job and what we're doing is very exciting and you want to be part of it as long as you can. So you're just stalling. They're moving on down. So that's good news. That's good news. What does it mean? What does it mean? It means to me that Railtown AI is acquiring AIP, the Partners Network. It is going to happen. They're working together. It also means to me that the combined company is executing on their extremely exciting business plan. So that's all you need to know. We can't do anything about the attorneys. Let them live in their own hell. Would you really want to be an attorney? I wouldn't. Oh dear, let's make love. Well, let me just check. Are the sheets perfectly ironed and are they tucked in? And let's make sure the alarm clock's not set, and let's get the curtains. Let's make sure they're clean, and let's make sure the front door's locked. And oh, I gotta go out in the backyard. I forgot to put the rake away. I mean, could you imagine being married to an attorney? Good Lord. So let's just move on and talk about Railtown without thinking about attorneys. Now I've got to erase some of this to show you the other stuff I wanted to show you. Let me just show you this again. These are multiples. About 2 or 3 weeks ago, I showed this to you. But here are some multiples. The top two, G, I guess, and Decagon, are valued at 150 times revenue. So in the case of Decagon, they're doing 10 million in revenue. That's the second one here. Obviously, the anticipation is that revenue is going to grow rapidly and get much bigger. Otherwise, you wouldn't pay 150 times for it. But they value the company at $1.5 billion. G up here doing 500 million in revenue at 150x. Again, they're anticipating this revenue to grow very rapidly. And they're valuing the whole company at $75 billion. Well, I don't see how an over-the-counter company could be worth $75 billion because my name is Tolstoy. And I've got this drawer full of sayings that I heard from my father, and he heard from his father, and his father's father. And when I went to work I never worked on Wall Street. I'm just a guy that learned how to trade. And all I know is I don't see a stock going to 75 billion if it's on the over-the-counter market. Well, that's true. If you trade in these over-the-counter junk stocks, most of them are going to be seller boxed by the friends of Tolstoy. But somehow, and some of these might just be the private equity boys and girls. I don't know the history of any of these. But they went from 0 to 75 billion. That must confuse Tolstoy. How can that happen? Well, the answer is revenue. AI multiples, the revenue is 500 million, and it must be growing quickly. That's the answer. But Tolstoy King doesn't look at news. He just looks at charts. Oh, hey, this is one. He builds a position, goes out, pumps it up a little bit, shares it with you, and dumps it, and he never looks back. Well, if you want to be in that game, go follow Tolstoy King. I'm trying to get you out of this hell. Doesn't mean you're right, that I'm right, of course. Doesn't mean I'm right, but I think I am. All right, so come down to this one. Chain Guard. These are all AI companies. 40 million in revenue at 88 times revenue. Why? Because obviously the VC girls and the private equity boys and the overpaid wankers value this company at 88 times revenue because it's AI, because the revenue, they expect it to grow rapidly, and they expect it to probably to have high margins. So they value it, the whole company, at $3.5 billion. But Tolstoy King can't see how that could ever happen. I don't see how a small company could get it. Well, the answer is right in front of you. Revenues. Create a product that's in AI and get revenues. That's the answer. Doesn't care. It doesn't matter what little bon mots Tolstoy King can talk about. And then you've got Glean, 100 million in revenue. What's the value of Glean? Well, 72 times revenue. It gives $7.2 billion. These are comps. If you had a home in a neighborhood and Tolstoy King came up to you, he'd say, your house, Yeah, it's never going to be worth anything. You don't have central air. I don't see it being worth everything. But in your neighborhood, every single other house was trading for billions of dollars. Would you listen to Tolstoy or would you listen to your own lying eyes? These guys want your money hot. They don't want you thinking, and they want you to sell those shares so you have cash so they can induce you to buy the next COSM that they can run up for 5%. They can sell, never look back. They'll come back on with another stock. They'll be in early. As it goes up, they'll sell. They'll never look back. They'll come in with a stock that goes down. They'll already be out of it because they're pros. They'll take a little nick, but you'll be buried in it and they'll never mention it again to you. If that's the junkie experience, the back alley experience, the late barroom nights, the being pulled over by the cops at 4 a.m, the dreary, Bowery life existence you want, go follow Tolstoy King. But if you want to see right in front of you how these small companies, little teams, guys and girls with an idea, this is how they're creating billions of dollars in value. What is it? AI? Revenue? Revenue growing quickly and high multiples. And Wall Street is raising hundreds of billions, if not trillions of dollars for AI. Why? There's a race, national security race, an economic race, a well-being race around the world to win at AI. What are the key ingredients that's allowing this to happen? NVIDIA, chips, and data centers, and energy, and silver. But Tolstoy doesn't see how it can happen because he doesn't look. He doesn't look. So anyway, look at Harvey here, 75 million in revenue, trading at 67 times revenue, $5 billion. Look at Sierra, 100 million in revenue, trading at 60 times revenue, $6 billion. Look at Cohere, who, by the way, is on this conference, and Cohere's a member of the AIP networks. I'll show you that. 100 million, they're valued at $5.5 billion. A bridge, I can't read it, but they're valued at 5.3 billion at 45 times earnings. And Anduril at 31 times earnings, 30 billion. And down here, Ramp at 23 times, 700 million at 16 billion. So why are these multiples much higher than these multiples? We don't know. But one of the reasons is that when you get to 700 million, or I think this Anduril says a billion, when you get to $1 billion in revenue, it's harder to perceive that that's going to grow to 100 billion in revenue than it is to see 10 million in revenue grow to $1 billion. It's just guesswork on the growth rate. But the bankers and the private equity girls and the VC boys, they have the data. You don't, and neither does Tolstoy. But he is perfectly fine giving worn tire tread rules that you'll always be mediocre. You'll always be behind. Because those rules are to keep you part of the sheep while they fleece you. All right, so what can we take from this slide? We can take 150x at the top and 23x at the bottom. So why don't we remember those? Here's from the website of Railtown. Without AIP partners, without AIP partners, without AIP partners, what is the target market? Well, in 2021, and most of you know, but maybe Tolstoy doesn't, 2021 happened already. We're now in 2025. We're very nearly in 2026. So by 2031, according to the Business Research Insight magazine, the global developer tools market will be 27 billion. Sorry, that's my eyesight. I apologize. It'll be $17 billion by the beginning of the next decade. And this data is a year old. And then over here, global AI is a service market. The target by 4 years from now, remember 2023 already happened. 2030 is around the corner. Look at the size of that market that they're going to address. $132 billion. $132 billion. Dalio says gold is the best prescription for the heart attack coming. All right, I'm going to take that one down. That'll give me room for more files. What's this one? All right, this is the argument that GDC is a good bet. But look at it. Look at what it is. The per share value of their Bitcoin right now is $16. The per share price of the deal was $22. So you might be buying it at a 50% discount at $7. And maybe that's what this great businessman paid. So you double your money. Let's remember that. I'm going to take this down to free up some space. What's this one? The buyer. All right, so they can sell on the effective date of GDC's transaction. They're authorized to issue right here 20 million preferred. That's how they'll gain control of the company. And they can also increase. Actually, it says, if you read that, the company is authorized to issue 200 million shares of common stock. So that's in addition. So question is, when they issue this 200 million and that 20 million, is your ownership of the Bitcoin going to be diluted? Now, this businessman, he knows, because you can believe press releases, which they obviously made an arithmetic mistake that says the stock's worth $22.75 when in fact it's worth 15 or 16. But when you read the filing, they can add 220 million shares in an equity raise. But that doesn't concern the businessman because, well, I don't know, why not? Because I might be a great stock guy, but I don't know what the F I'm talking about. But so GDC, without this raise, can double. And without a squeeze, it can double. But what does this raise do? I mean, cash is cash. Can they go out and buy something that's going to be worth double again? I don't know. But I'm going to take that down to buy myself some more space. What's this one? Oh, this is the clout of the new bricks. I can take that one down. What's this one? This is, yeah, same. This is the birth rate. And I can barely read it. So I'm going to take that one down. And what's this? Here's an article on Railtown Technologies that I've already read to you. It was written by Emily Javine, and it was published in the technology issue of something, Compass Computing. And this gives a pretty, now remember, Tolstoy King doesn't give this any kind of relevance because his little box of fortune cookie sayings, I don't see how an over-the-counter stock can be worth $55. Well, let's go over this. Let's go over this article written about AI and about the AI technology space. And I know Tolstoy King is going to stand by his little bumper sticker sayings because he doesn't look back. But I would suggest to you, you're not going to make any money if you listen to those bumper stickers. All right, so let's read this. Demand for software continues to rise in our increasingly digitized world. And in fact, Tolstoy King uses software. As companies across all industrial sectors look to make their operations more efficient, little do most people know that software developers themselves rely on other technologies to help them be more effective in the development, building, and maintenance of software applications such as Tolstoy King uses to trade stocks. Railtown AI Technologies is one of the companies tackling the inefficiencies in how software applications are developed, built, scaled, managed, and maintained. Using innovative artificial intelligence, using innovative artificial intelligence developed in-house, Railtown's suite of technology will identify problems within the software development and deployment process, providing knowledge and insight that includes suggested fixes and tests to increase the velocity of resolution. Chief Executive Officer Corey Brandolini co-founded Railtown with a clear goal. The goal was to create an AI, artificial intelligence solution, that transforms and elevates the end-to-end software development process, that transforms and betters the software development process, such as the software that Tolstoy uses to trade stocks at lightning speed, with cybersecurity and with no fear of bugs. Quote, my co-founders and I have been building software applications for 30 years. Quote, I have been building software applications for 30 years, longer than Tolstoy has been day trading. And as a result, we have built applications across many verticals, across many verticals, across many verticals, not ChatGPT, the vertical deep dive into corporate applications of software. We have built applications across many verticals and have used most development methodologies in doing so. So we know what we're talking about. So the glib Tolstoy king, hey, I don't see how an over-the-counter stock can go to $55. Probably is irrelevant. 30 years of experience with the use of most development methodologies. So Brandolini is speaking to the Canadian Securities Exchange magazine. Now, this magazine probably isn't as smart or as skilled as Tolstoy. But we'll go with it anyway. Quote, we have experienced, this is from Corey Brandolini, CEO. We have experienced the best and worst of those methodologies. And it was from that experience that we knew we wanted to create, rather than day trade, actually create something. We wanted to build the tools. We wanted to build the tools and the frameworks to tackle all of the negative and inefficient software engineering and maintenance processes. And of course, the software that Tolstoy uses to trade doesn't have any maintenance processes. It just works abracadabra. Brandolini continues. Our conductor AI model is the result of that work. How long did that work take? Years. 3 to 4 years, maybe 5. And they're in their 3rd or 4th iteration. Conductor AI is self-learning, so it improves as it works. You could almost say Conductor AI is a day trading machine in the field of software improvement, and it's constantly learning at lightning speed. Our Conductor AI model is the result of that work and is now positioned to be a big player in the AI, a big player, not a small player, a big player in the AI-driven conversion of traditional methodologies of software development into a more efficient approach. He continues, we wanted to create a very intelligent agent that not only understood the design aspects of what you were trying to build, but also the running and the maintenance of what you built as well. Brandolini explains that all of the work that goes into software development still relies on talented developers. Quote, human beings make up the bulk of the workload that goes into designing, building, training, deploying, managing, and maintaining a software application. Much like attorneys working on a document, it's human beings. The difference is we get things done and we bring it to market and we create something new. He further says, He further says, oh, that's the wrong one. Let me find it. It's, all right, so that's the wrong one. Sorry. We'll come back to that. He said it's a manpower. Let me make sure this is the right one. No, it's not the right one. Here, this one. Well, we'll come back to those other pages. It's a manpower heavy load to run large scalable software applications. The goal is to alleviate the non-productive tasks from the developer workload and to free them up and assist them in the creation of great new game-changing applications. So these people create something of value, not day trading, which is just a parasite on the trading of other people's money. These are actually producers. With reams of data to examine, Railtown has been able to determine that its technology can save over 8 hours of a human developer's time per week. Imagine if it saved 8 hours of an attorney's time per week, how much the client would save. But in this case, it saves developers, each developer, 8 hours of time per week. Apply that metric across a developer team and a full work year, and the potential to recapture incredible amounts of corporate value becomes obvious. But if you want to day trade that, you just day trade it for maybe 4 hours on the first week and move on and never look back. But if you're in the business of creating value and wealth, you're not flipping a few shares every single day and being hot money and counting on your ability to cowboy everything for the rest of your life. Railtown operates in a high growth space. Railtown operates in a high growth space. Railtown operates in a high growth space. Maybe you better just flip it, get out of it, because if it's growing rapidly, just get the first little bit of a move, because no one goes broke taking a profit. But if it's growing rapidly, doesn't that mean the value's going up rapidly? Well, maybe those little Chinese cookie sayings aren't all that important to remember. Railtown operates in a high growth space where more than 30 million, not just one day trader, 30 million software developers work globally, with that number climbing by 4% a year. Not surprisingly, the developer tools market is projected to expand from 6.6 billion 2 years ago, or a year and a half ago, to 22.6 billion by the beginning of the next decade. According to Business Research Highlights, for Railtown, the opportunity lies in reducing losses caused by inefficient software development. Quote, it works out to be about 40% of your resources in non-productive tasks like day trading. Brandolini explains, quote, our goal was to be able to create a very intelligent agentic solution that could do a significant amount of the non-productive tasks in order to keep developers building and running new products, as opposed to fixing and maintaining and constantly reviewing historical technical debt, unquote. In the United States alone, the cost of inferior software, not the software that Tolstoy uses to day trade, his is the best. It doesn't need maintenance, it doesn't need cybersecurity, and it doesn't need AI. In the United States alone, the cost of inferior software was estimated to be, the cost in the United States alone of inferior software was estimated to be, in the United States alone, the cost of inferior software was estimated to be $2.4 trillion with a T, $2.4 trillion in 2022 by the Consortium for Information and Software Quality. Related losses attributable to cybercrime and problems in software supply chains were cited, as was the term quote unquote technical debt, which is the implied cost of future work to fix suboptimal software. But just keep day trading. Don't worry about that. Nobody's really doing anything as important as skimming 2%, 5% a day in trades that you can pump up the volume and then sell and then never look back. At scale, software bugs can lead to extremely costly problems, with the millions of automobiles being recalled in 2024 because of software issues, as just one example. A flawed software update by cybersecurity firm CrowdStrike in July of this year, in 24, disrupted everything from personal laptops to enterprise infrastructure. One estimate put the resulting losses for Fortune 500 companies at over $5 billion for that one breach. Railtown is helping to address these types of problems with its proprietary application general intelligence platform, Conductor. Can't buy it anywhere else, folks. The system is designed to support the entire software development lifecycle. It ingests a wide range of data sources, including developer tickets, code repositories, deployment logs, and documentation. And it uses this information to understand how a software application works. From there, Conductor can automate many of the repetitive, time-consuming tasks developers typically manage. This includes generating reports and release notes, identifying root causes of bugs, writing code fixes, creating documentation, and deploying tests. In other words, An application general intelligence platform replaces human beings, at least for 40% of the work. Does it do it for free? I didn't hear that it does it for free. I didn't hear that. As the platform learns more about an application's architecture and workflows, as Conductor learns more about an application's architecture and workflows, Conductor can begin to predict issues before they arise and recommend fixes, helping software development teams to reduce technical debt, which was just defined for you, and maintain code quality at scale, at a large scale. Unlike other developer tools that are often fragmented and domain specific, unlike other developer tools, which are often fragmented and domain specific, Conductor serves as a unified platform which connects all aspects of software development, thereby automating tasks across teams and workflows to improve productivity and collaboration. The platform evolves with the application it supports. The platform evolves with the application it supports. I wonder if it can replace day trading to help ensure that development goes as smoothly as possible from start to finish. Importantly, Railtown's platform integrates seamlessly with popular integrated development environment, IDEs. Railtown's platform, Conductor, integrates seamlessly with popular integrated development environment, IDE, and continuous integration and continuous delivery / deployment, CI/CD tools. So Railtown's platform integrates with popular tools such as Visual Studio, VS Code, Azure DevOps, Jira, GitHub, Microsoft Teams, Slack, Zapier, and many more, enabling smooth workflow automation. The company's revenue model, revenue. I just don't see an over-the-counter stock going to 55. I was just flipping through my index cards where I write down these words I've heard from reading self-help books on day trading. And what right behind no one goes broke taking profits, and behind I don't see how an over-the-counter stock can go to 55. I don't see a quote that says that an over-the-counter stock in AI could have revenue. I keep looking, but there's a gap in my little sayings. If you want to keep listening to intentionally ignorant people, ignorance is not saying there's something wrong with the intelligence, but people who limit their information to a handful of sayings and some charts and hit and run trading, and they probably haven't read a book since their mother read to them about Dumbo, the elephant with huge ears, you can follow that path. But I'm trying to show you that Railtown is real, it's big, it's happening. Whether or not the lawyers care about it, Railtown is busting at the seams, and it's going to come at you like a freight train. And if you're not on board, all you're going to have left is listening to Tolstoy's idiotic expressions that don't help you with anything. All right, so let's talk about the company's revenue, which is missing in Tolstoy's card file. The company's revenue model is based on recurring. So the revenue model is based on recurring subscriptions. Well, that sounds enticing. The company's revenue model is based on recurring software as a service, SaaS subscriptions, which can support predictable cash flow. Predictable cash flow. So you're saying, William, a company which just 2 years ago no one had really heard of, and a company 2 or 3 years ago which was still in the R&D phase, a company which 5 years ago 2 really smart guys got together and said, let's create a solution, let's make it AI, and let's do it early, and let's make sure we have it battle tested and ready to go when NVIDIA has their giant Blackwell chips and the data centers are huge and there's energy to produce compute power on a scale no one's ever thought of. Let's be ready to go early. Are you saying, William, that that kind of company, once they do develop that product and their vision actually aligns with the development of compute power worldwide and the demand for software development in the AI area by corporations estimated at a spend of $300 billion a year, are you saying, William, that a company can grow from R&D to commercialization and then grow comparatively to gigantic revenues, and investors can get rewarded by that if they just sit tight? Because Tolstoy's saying, if this goes to $5, everyone's going to sell. That's just how it goes. And Tolstoy's saying, hey, he just can't believe an over-the-counter stock can go to 55. Are you saying, William, that a well-executed, well-thought-out business plan that solves a problem and produces something valuable, unlike day trading, actually could create wealth? Is that what you're saying, William? And all I got to do is buy it while Tolstoy's friends are selling it and ignore Tolstoy's words of non-wisdom? And I can go golf, I can knit sweaters, I can read books, I can raise cucumbers, I can teach school, I can travel while I wait. And you're saying this AI, proprietary AI, which solves a problem in a gigantic addressable market, that it could generate revenue and cash flow consistently, annually, and that's worth something? Tolstoy's saying I should just sell and never look back. A win's a win. And then I can hop over to a piece of crap like COSM and try to skim it for 5 or 10 cents. Tolstoy's telling me that's where I need to be. William, are you really saying There's a Canadian stock that trades on the American over the counter that if I buy it while the criminals are mimeographing shares, I could hold on through the hockey stick growth of its revenue and cash flow, and I could make a lot of money. All I got to do is buy the stock and wait. Is that what you're saying, William? I mean, that's different what Tolstoy King's saying. Yes, that's what I'm saying. The company's revenue model is based on recurring software as a service subscriptions, which can support predictable cash flow and scale ability. Wow, it can get bigger? As more organizations adopt the platform. Do you think other organizations, other customers will want to buy the first to market, best in class AI software development tool that helps companies catch up and stay even with other companies who are racing to take advantage of AI software development as the compute power worldwide explodes exponentially? Is that what you're saying, William? How come you don't have any pithy sayings? Tolstoy has pithy sayings. Nobody ever went broke taking a profit. Well, I'll tell you one thing. Warren Buffett never sold his Geico, never sold his, well, he might have now, American Express, never sold his Coca-Cola. He just hung on. Why? His Say's candy. Why? Because you make money holding on. You don't make money flipping stocks every 10 minutes. Well, this chart looks good. All right, so Railtown recently announced that Railtown has entered into a memorandum of understanding to acquire AI Partnerships Corporation, AIP. AIP has a network of over 160 AI software as a solution based affiliate companies. It's now, according to Dr. Tom Core's LinkedIn, it's now over 180 companies. These 160 companies provide AI-driven vertical market solutions and development tools. So you mean, William, that if I buy Railtown, I'm going to benefit on the upside of 180 companies' revenue in the AI space? But Tolstoy says he doesn't understand how an over-the-counter stock can increase in value. And he's 42. He must know a lot more than you do, William. Toronto-based AIP's affiliates operate in 13 countries. That doesn't sound good, does it? And serve over 5,000 clients, corporate clients, in industries such as fintech, healthcare, manufacturing, and supply chain management. 5,000 companies. That doesn't sound good. No, you better go buy COSM because Tolstoy thinks it's got to move ahead of it, and he's not going to tell you when he sells, and he's not going to look back. God, can you just break away from these guys? The company's, quote, AIP Central, unquote, platform connects the affiliates, this is AIP partners, so they have a AIP central platform. It connects all of these 180 companies, allowing the companies to subscribe to each other's services and to pursue opportunities together in a shared environment. They cross-sell, but that can't be good, can it? 5,000 corporations, they all need Conductor. 180 companies in the network, in the AI space, providing AI solutions and software development tools. And the guys who backed OMERS and backed CSU chose Railtown to get hitched to. Well, I just can't see. I can't see how an over-the-counter stock can go to 55. I day trade I've been doing day trading for 3 years, and I know what I'm talking about. William doesn't know what he's talking about. He's an old man, and he's been doing this kind of crap, which, by the way, it is mind-numbing sometimes, for 40 years, 45 years, 40 years. He can't know what he's talking about. I've been a hot shot for 3 years day trading, and I've got some sayings I can share with you. Nobody goes broke taking a profit. So AIP has this central platform called AIP Central, which allows the 180 affiliates to subscribe to each other's services and to pursue opportunities together in a shared environment. Railtown sees significant value, but maybe what you do is just buy it while it's being suppressed. As soon as it trades up, it's a win for retail. Get out and go listen to Tolstoy's next idea, because why wait around for the value creation, significant value creation? Corey Brandolini, he's just a software guy. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Tolstoy does. Hit and run. Fly around like a tsetse fly or a mosquito. Just hop from stock to stock like a parasite. It'll work. I mean, hey, it works for Tolstoy. And you'll really build up your account over time. Look how well it's worked for 3 years, 4 years. Railtown sees significant value. Railtown sees significant value in leveraging the AIP affiliates, the 180 companies, sales networks, and Railtown also sees significant value in the opportunity to add a common platform layer, in other words, Conductor, Railtown's proprietary product. Railtown sees a significant value creation opportunity in using Conductor for all affiliates and their end user clients. I paraphrased quite a bit there. According to Brandolini, bringing AIP and Railtown together will offer clients not just a marketplace, but it will also offer clients access to the core infrastructure and tools needed to build and deploy AI applications through the frameworks and services that Railtown has created. The approach is similar to how Microsoft offers both a partner network and access to Microsoft's technical services, such as Azure Cloud, Azure DevOps, Visual Studio, GitHub, and more. Brandolini also emphasizes that the acquisition enhances Railtown's strategic positioning in the Canadian AI ecosystem. Quote, Railtown and AIP's goal, along with the Canadian government's AI program initiatives, is to build a strong Canadian ecosystem for Canadian companies to build and deploy AI-based technologies in Canada first, so they don't immediately need to look to the United States. He continues, so this was very much a sovereign AI ideology that we have here at Railtown and AIP as Canadian companies to be able to provide as many of the most important tools, services, and frameworks that Canadian AI companies need and want. 180 of them. With its AI-powered platform and its expanding network, Railtown is not only addressing the costly inefficiencies of software development today, but Railtown is also shaping how AI tools will support the next generation of work in this vitally important industry, an industry which only pales in comparison to the industry of day trading. I think I read all of those. I duplicated some. So I'm going to delete these so I have more room for files. And before I go on, I'm going to show you this study, which I paid for. It was like $60. This I bought about, I don't know, 4 months ago. And this is 90 AI acquisitions and merger deals from 2018 to 2024. That's a pretty long time frame. It's better than day trading. And this shows you how an over-the-counter stock, which is just trading on the over-the-counter because the parent company trades in the Canadian markets. This shows how the value of a company can get really big based on revenue and growth. So this goes from 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024. And it covers 90 merger and acquisition deals in the AI space, from search engine to large language vendors, legal tech, fintech, I don't know, homeroom tech or HR tech, computer vision, health tech, cybersecurity, marketing tech, data intelligence, and infrastructure. And over that 5 or 6 year period, the lowest multiple paid was 13x, and the highest multiple was 55x. The average was 25x. That's looking backwards. That's before the AI space hotted up. But there's some data that backs up the numbers I have given you. Mark Twain, it's easier to fool people than to convince them that they've been fooled. It's easier to fool people than to convince people that they have been fooled. I'm going to take that down. That'll give me some space. Mark Andreessen. In short, software is eating the world. In short, software is eating the world. Why would you buy a stock that's created a product that's first to market, best in class, self-teaching, proprietary, vertical, and it addresses development and maintenance of software when software is growing at such a pace that it's eating the world? Why would you do that when you can day trade like Tolstoy? I don't know. I'm going to take this one down. This will give me... All right, PricewaterhouseCoopers. AI could contribute to 15.7 trillion. AI could contribute up to 15.7 trillion. AI could contribute, according to PricewaterhouseCoopers, up to 15 trillion to the global economy by the end of the decade. More than the current output of China and India combined. Or maybe it's individually. Still a big number. But take that down. Here's Railtown, building world-class AI-powered developers tools. Here's their companies right here. Their companies, our companies. Railtown's suite of AI solutions helps developers build software better, faster, and more efficiently, whilst lowering costs and accelerating development team velocity. Here are our companies: Conductor, Railtracks, Langtracks, and Shredder. Here are our partners: Mila, I think that's the Montreal Learning Institute. You have to look it up. But that might be AMII, is that. Anyway, these are Canadian sponsored think tanks and sources of capital. Mila and Amy Microsoft partners, Microsoft co-sell ready, Microsoft Founders Hub, NVIDIA, University of British Columbia, AMD, and AI partners. I guess I'll leave that one here because I might need it later. What's this? China's top auto export destinations: Russia, Mexico, Brazil, the UAE, Belgium, the Kingdom, the other Kingdom, Australia, Philippines, Turkey. I'm going to take that down to free up some space. All right, now let me see if I can download. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let me see if I can get the additional ones. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I go 8, 9, 10. And I think that should be, I'll add this one. I think, no, I'll take that one off. I'll add that one. Okay, I think I should be able to get these. All right, now, we just talked about conductor, and we'll talk more about conductor. But I want to show you those 180 companies collectively have revenue. Now, this little bit of information was posted on Twitter where I took a picture of it. It was probably called to my attention because I don't spend time on Twitter. But anyway, that's where I got the picture. I'm not going to tell you who put it up. But this was as of February this year. And I want you to know it as you think about revenue. Because remember, Tolstoy can't imagine that a company can go from over the counter to $55. I don't know why he can't imagine that. Because I guess he's just a day trader. He chooses to put blinkers on. But my premise to you is the company is continuing to build out its business at Railtown with Conductor and those other three companies, those Conductor, Langtrax, Railtrax, and Shredder. Well, AIP Partners is being purchased not for a lark, but for revenue. Because AIP Partners' plan is to imitate the roll-up strategy. What is roll-up? That's acquisition. Buy companies and put them all in one Battlestar Galactica or Death Star or Castle. Bring everything into one entity. That's the roll-up. That's the roll-up strategy. Well, AIP's strategy is to roll up the best of the best, if not all, of 180 companies. Well, what does that mean? AI partnerships, this is in February, they now have 180. AI partnerships has 160 companies in its network doing 400 million in revenues. Now let's just educate Tolstoy. Let's see if we can find one of these companies doing 400 million. Well, I can't. So let's pick something closer. Do you think 100 million would be good instead of 400 million? I mean, at the very top, there's 500 million. Why don't we just take one of these 100 millions instead of 400 million? That's 72x there, 60x here, 55x here. That's 117 million, 45x. So we've got a 72x. We've using 100 million. We've got a 60x. We've got a 55x. And a 45x if we use the 117. So if we get an average of all those, one, two, three, four, we get an average of 58x. So what is 400 million worth? Is it worth 58x? I don't know. That's the low end. Well, it's the high end of looking backwards at 55x, but it's the low end, and I showed you a bunch of companies before for August and September, is the low end of most of those acquisitions that we were able to find revenue. So what two things do we know? AIP has in its network 400 million in revenue. And we know that Conductor is moving forward as probably the best product out there. So let's try to see what that means. Tolstoy says to you, you're going to sell it at $5 if it gets that high, because that's just human nature. Because Tolstoy is intentionally ignorant about AI 2.0, and this company, Railtown and AI Partners, the combined company. Well, if you're intentionally uninformed, all you have left is superstition. And he sticks to his superstitions that are idiotic. And he day trades. And he feels like if he closes out his position within 48 hours, he can play again. And he thinks he's actually doing something productive with his life. He's probably doing more productive with his life than I am. Sitting here waiting for a bunch of overpaid dumbass attorneys to get finished. Anyway, let's use that. We'll use 58x. And now let's go over what could happen with Railtown over the next year. Let's say we own 40,000 shares of Railtown today at 45 cents. That means we have $18,000 of Railtown today. One guy sent me a text, Railtown's dead. Another guy says, when are the attorneys ever going to finish? Another guy says, I'd rather be in GDC. Another guy says, you should be in several companies at the same time. Okay, Well, why don't you listen to me, what I think Railtown could be. Right now, you have $18,000 worth of Railtown if you own 40,000 shares. To me, that's a lot of money now. But to many of you, that's not that significant. All right. So what happens on October 1? I don't think the attorneys are going to finish until October. The attorneys are going to make this as painful as they can because they want you to notice how important they are. But as soon as they finish, you'll go back to never thinking about them again. That's their life. They chose it, you know. Anyway, so when the news comes out on October 1st, let's say, I think the stock will go to $1.25. So your 40,000 shares of Railtown will be worth 50 grand on October 1. What do I think your 5,000 shares as an alternative of GDC will be worth on that day? I'd say $5 a share, 25 grand. So you can be in GDC, or you could own 40,000 of Railtown, both worth about the same, I think. It's 5,000 shares of GDC is worth double this. I think in October 1, it'll be worth less. It'll be worth 25 grand, and Railtown will be worth 50. But hey, GDC's happening, man. Things are happening. What's happening, man? It's happening. All right. Once the news is announced, what's the next move? I think once the news is announced, the buying comes in. Because remember, buyers from AI Partners, buyers from Railtown, buyers from Canaccord, institutional buyers don't know anything about this yet. Retail buyers mostly don't know anything about it. Whales, insiders, current shareholders, people that are related to owners, people in a lot of cases related to Constellation Software, anybody that's in the Mavericks venture fund with John Ruffalo, none of these people can buy the stock right now. So when the news comes out, I say within the next few days, I'd say the day the news comes out, the stock trades at $1.25. Within the next few days, the stock trades at $2.75. October 6th, buyers come in. What's the big difference? Buyers come in. And what's your 40,000 shares of Railtown worth? 110,000. What's your 5,000 of GDC worth? 25 grand. Okay, let's see what happens the next slot. A few more days later, the buyers, there's more buyers. The buyers feed on buyers. October 9th, the stock goes to 350. Remember, Tolstoy is telling you, hey, a win's a win, profit's a profit. Nobody goes broke. Taking a profit, come buy COSM or some other piece of shit because it's going up, and then hop out. Guys, if we can make it to October 1st, when the lawyers finally let go of their work product, the stock is $1.25. What does that do? It takes it out of the quiet period. So the buyers who are precluded from buying can buy. Not everybody can buy a dollar stock. So it'll go up in a stutter step. As it goes over $2, because buyers are buying and it feeds on itself, more buyers will come in from institutions, mutual funds, VC funds, and etc., who are allowed to buy once it gets to $2, and even more buyers once it gets to $3. So your 40,000 shares of Railtown in the second week of October, October 9th, will be worth $140,000. What do I think 5,000 shares of GDC will be worth? 25 grand. But it could be worth 70 grand if it doubles and they don't raise any money. GDC could squeeze. But you know what? Railtown could squeeze. Let's just write off the squeezing. And let's just focus on the numbers. If GDC does not raise any more money, 20,000 preferred and 200 million common, maybe it doubles to its $15. So if you have 5,000, maybe you have 75 grand. I think it'll be worth 25 grand. But what does October 9th bring at $3.50 a share after the news comes out, so that everybody that wants to buy that currently is precluded from buying can buy, unless their rules of the road in their operating documents say, well, no, you can't buy till it's over 2. No, you can't buy till it's over 3. But the buyers come in. Will there still be short selling? Day trading on the short selling? I'm sure. Probably selling and not looking back. But once the acquisition is announced October 1st, buyers come in to buy October 6th. More buyers come in by October 9th. Your 40,000 shares of Railtown's worth 140 grand. These are my projections. They're not promises. Well, what happens in the middle of October? More buying come in. More buyers come in. Maybe in addition to more buyers, there's a strategic financing. The obvious one is Canaccord. But maybe Mark Andreessen comes in. I don't know. I'm making it up. NVIDIA just put money in a company. Maybe Incohere, one of them. Anyway, they raised some money with somebody that you guys have heard of. And it goes to $5. What gets it to $5? Well, the acquisition news opens up the quiet period, so all the buyers, the pent up demand to buy from institutions, retirement accounts, whales, family offices, they want to own 1% of the company, 2% of the company, 3% of the company. They buy the stock and they take it off the market. They are not day traders like Tolstoy. They don't buy it and flip it. They buy it and they put it away for 5 years. So as it goes up, there's fewer shares available. New buyers come in, they have to pay a higher price, and then some stock does come available. Probably not very much, because the company raises money not with Jeff Easton, but maybe with Elon Musk. I don't know, somebody. I'm sure it's coming, because To me, it'll be Canaccord. Canaccord's done too much work. But anyway, that's at $5. Your 40,000 shares of Railtown is worth 200,000. If your 5,000 shares of GDC go to 15, I guess you might have 75 grand. I don't think they're going to go to 15 because it seems to me the company's going to raise money, which would increase the ownership probably by the guys who put up 7,500 Bitcoin, but it'll reduce our ownership. I don't own any now. I did own GDC. So I don't think it's going to go much higher. I think GDC's headed to $5. So I think your GDC will be worth 25 grand, but I don't know. Follow him, follow Dirty Randy. What I'm trying to focus on is why Tolstoy can't figure out that an over-the-counter stock can go up. So here at $5, what happens mid-October? Just 2 weeks after the lawyers finish. What happens at $5? Everybody can buy. Almost every institution can buy a $5 stock. There might be some that say $7 or $10, but almost everybody can buy. And the thundering herd at Merrill Lynch, the equally large wealth advisor coterie at Morgan Stanley, the other 2 or 3 bulge bracket firms with tens of thousands of brokers can recommend the stock. Research comes in. Retail starts buying. It's marginable for sure. So at $5, the strategic financing, in my opinion, puts a floor. Because let's say Mark Andreessen comes in and buys 1 million shares at $5. That's a floor, probably. Because even Tolstoy would say, wow, I've heard of him. So to me, this number here, $5, and I'm willing to go higher with that, but I don't need to today. This number right here is the starting point on the value creation that Corey Brandolini and Dr. Tom Core are going to create with the combined Railtown AI partners. Why isn't he here right now? Short selling and the quiet period. Why is it still in the quiet period? Because the attorneys are comatose. The attorneys just can't finish. They can't get out of their own way. As soon as it's ready to go, they think they've got to change a word or check in with the regulators or tattletale on one and the other or try to show the one that by getting her degree at Harvard, it's better than his degree from McGill. It's endless. So the reason that, in my judgment, that the stock is 45 cents right now instead of $5 is comatose attorneys, aggressive day trading and swing trading short sellers, idiotic advice that comes to you on Twitter and here. And we ran out of money. It's just a fact. You guys are great. You bought 12,380,000 shares. But you're just running out of buying power. Well, the criminals can keep selling. And as long as the attorneys are comatose, the criminals play their games. So I think from today till October 14th, this jump from 45 cents to $5 is just that the attorneys finally let go of the documents they're working on. The quiet period ends, so the buyers start coming in. And then the buyers, by taking stock off the market, and maybe the shorts ease up, we don't know. But the buyers lead to more buyers, which leads to more buyers and possibly a strategic financing. And then we get to the starting gate. Then we get to where the whole game begins. We get to $5. Now that's where Tolstoy tells you, well, they're just going to sell. That's just how retail is. Well, I don't think any of you are just retail. I think Tolstoy's an idiot on purpose. He's like George W. Bush. Tolstoy intentionally doesn't educate himself. Doesn't mean he's not smart, but he doesn't know what he's talking about. I think at $5, it will be stupid to sell because the games begin. The music, the fireworks, the engines, the applause, the excitement begins at $5. So then what happens? On October 17th, just a few days later, the stock is $6.50. Why? Because institutions can buy. Institutions can purchase over $5. And this drives it to $6.50. Maybe the shorts are still fighting and Tolstoy's still putting out there, well, can't go broke taking a profit. Well, I don't know how an over-the-counter stock went from 45 cents to $6.50, but I tell you this, it's not going to go higher. Well, wait a minute, Tolstoy. We've got strategic financing, and maybe it's filed to list on the New York Stock Exchange. Well, I never thought of that. Okay, so it's at $6.50. What's your 40,000 shares worth at $6.50? $260,000. That's a month from now. You have to wait 1 month to have your 40,000 shares of Railtown be worth $250,000. What's your 5,000 GDC worth? In my opinion, 25 grand. But if it gets to the current value per share of $15, maybe you have 75 grand. Remember, we're going to ignore squeezes because GDC could squeeze, but so could Railtown. We're just going to take that off the table. But will GDC raise more money if they're in bed with Univest? I think so. But anyway, we don't know. Let's focus on something we know something about, which is Railtown. So institutions start buying and it gets to $6.50. What does that lead to? Lo and behold, institutions continue to buy and they take stock off the market and they're buying 1% of the company, 2% of the company. They want to get in because they're not hot hands like Tolstoy. They're not day traders like Tolstoy. They actually make a living on Wall Street. And all of a sudden, the stock goes from $6.50 to $11. How is that possible? Well, every time a wealth advisor buys stock, it comes off the market. Every time an institution buys stock, it comes off the market. Every time a retirement plan buys the stock, it comes off the market. As Andreessen or whoever bought it in the strategic, the news gets around, more buyers come in, ETFs come in, and it goes from $6.50 almost overnight to $11 a share. by the end of October, your 40,000 shares by the end of October are worth $440,000 on October 27th. What's your GGC worth? My opinion, 25 grand. But if it goes to full value, 75 grand. And we could use another stock, but that's the one in the news, in the buzz right now. And again, I don't know anything about GDC. If you want to get a better picture, follow Dirty Randy or him. And if it squeezes, all bets are off, but Railtown can squeeze. So like I say, those are those out of the box things that can happen. Let's just take it off the table for right now. So what happens at 11 when the stock's over 10? All institutions can buy. But what also happens at the end of October? They can announce earnings and revenue. Earnings and revenue. We'll go through the revenue in a minute. So, we get to December 5th. How the hell could the stock double from 11 to 22? Tolstoy can't see that. Tolstoy says, hey, retail's going to sell. That's just how it is. Nobody went broke taking a profit. Well, he would have taken a profit up here and never looked back. Well, why would it go from 11 to 22? The revenue they announce and the forward projections they announce at the end of October. So what could that be? What could that revenue be? We know the conductor, they've already announced 4 customers for conductor outside of AIP. We already know that. We also know that conductor is going to be part of the central platform offered to 180 companies in the AIP affiliates. We also know that conductor and Langtrax is being presented, as it will continue to be, at the conference at the end of the month. They are continuing to bring their product to customers, which, if it is, which I believe it is, first to market, best in class, solves a problem, and it's a gigantic market. The estimated spend is going to be $300 billion a year by corporations to upgrade their software to AI. $300 billion a year. So what revenue could be announced at the end of October? Well, it would be the revenue that's going on now and through the third quarter. What can we guess? With Railtown, we know they have 4 customers. Railtown has 4 corporate customers as of now. They've announced them. We don't know the revenue because the lawyers are comatose, but we know there's 4 corporate customers. How much revenue is that worth annually? We don't know. Should I say 10 million a year? 20 million a year? 1 million a year? 5 million a year? I don't know. Why don't we say each of those 4 is worth 2.5 million a year? Each of those four is worth $2.5 million a year. Let's say that. So now, what do you think, as the company clearly is continuing to try to get customers, do you think it's safe to say they'll get up to 10 customers to announce by the end of the third quarter? 10 in total, they already have 4. I'm going to use that number, 10 total customers at 2.5. I'm going to assume the revenue that Railtown alone is able to project. Remember, we're doing a dance between the revenue that has already happened, but the most important is going to be to the discussion about having 10 customers going into 2026. And I'm going to say that's worth 25 grand at the end of October to Railtown. It's not just what they've already done, it's what they're going to guide, their guidance for 2026. Why am I saying that? I think they'll have more than 10 customers. All right, and then you've got AIP. How many of those 180 companies will AIP roll up? If they announce the deal October 1, how many of those companies will they roll up in October? We know that 20%, law of large numbers, the Pareto optimal rule, 20% of the companies do 80% of the revenue, 320 million in revenue. But I don't see how they get 20% of the companies. I think that's nearly impossible. And I suppose you could reuse the Pareto optimal rule on the 320 million, but I think it just stretches credulity. Let's just say that AIP gets 1 or 2 companies rolled up in, let's just say 1 company in October, and it does 15 million a year. So let's say at the end of October, that the combined company at the end of October announces revenue, which will be lower than this probably, but it'll be clear to everyone with a brain and who wants to be educated, not Tolstoy, because he won't understand it. But there'll be the 2026 target of 40 million in annual recurring revenue. So what's that worth at 58x? I think 58x is reasonable. It's only a month and a half from now. It's not the highest multiple at 200x. 205 was the highest that I've shown you. It's probably not the lowest. But remember, revenue is going to be ramping up rapidly. So let's use 58. We can always discount it if you don't believe it. That's $2.3 billion valuation on the company. And we'll divide it by 250 million shares. They have currently according to Yahoo, 139 million. But according to the last filing, it looks like they might have fully diluted 170 million. I just don't know. Once the attorneys are finished, we'll have that number. But let's use 250 million shares. So we'll divide that by 250 million. And we get a target valuation of $9.28 a share. Now, Tolstoy King, he's not going to figure this out because it's not in the charts, it's not day trading, and he's not going to do this kind of work. But if you assume Railtown can project 25 million going forward, AIP can project just 15 million going forward. You got 40 million in revenue at 58 times. That's 928. Remember, this could be a multiple of 100 times. This could be a multiple of 150 times. You get a target of 928. When they release their quarterly at the end of October. So let's go back to, I don't even remember what I said. December 5. Okay, so end of October, I said $11. Well, I just did a calculation that gave $9. So maybe there's a premium. Maybe the revenue is greater. Maybe the multiple is greater. But I think at the end of October, $11 is a reasonable target. Maybe it's $9, but it could be $15. So what happens on December 5th? Well, what could happen on December 5th is research. What could happen on December 5th is an announcement of additional roll-up of the 400 million in the AIP. So this revenue, instead of being 40 million, could be 80 million. And so your stock could go from $9 to $18 using the calculations I already showed you. This is just a slight premium to that. And what if instead of 80 million projected, remember we're talking about projected revenues, what if it's 100 million? And what if the multiple's higher? That's the December number. All right, so let's go to February. By the way, what do I think GDC will be worth December 5th? 25 grand. 5,000 shares, 25 grand. It might be worth 75 grand. What is it worth, your 40,000 shares of Railtown on December 5th? $880,000. $880,000. Now, Tolstoy would have you sell as soon as you have a profit, no one goes broke. Also, once you sell it, don't look back. But he's a child in the investing world. He's a spoiled child. Day trading, instant gratification. If you want to chase that, you can go be a teenager too. If you want to be an adult, you've got to do your own thinking here. This is my thinking. This is my thinking. You can do your own. You can sit down with a pad of paper. You see the multiples. All right. So I just showed you in October, end of October, how to get to $9 a share with 40 million in revenue using 58x. And then if you double the revenue, to 80 million using the same multiple, you get to $18 a share. Yeah, but you're showing $11 and $22. Why? Because I think those numbers are low, the revenue numbers. Remember, we're talking about revenue going forward. All right, so what happens in February? We've now have the fourth quarter announced. We now have the fourth quarter announced. We also now have AI partners rolling up additional companies, and I think they'll get closer to that 320 million by the end of the year. But let's not get all excited. Let's just say they get to 100 million of roll-ups. A handful of companies it could be by the end of the year. So we'll go through the exercise again. And I'm doing all this. I have no idea what these numbers are going to show up. Let's say the AIP rolls up revenue out of the 400 million by the end of the fourth quarter, which will be announced in February, of 100 million for 2026. That's the annual recurring revenue. And then let's say that Railtown's conductor has real customers by the end of the year. By the end of the fourth quarter, so that the company is able to project into 2026. I don't know, this is a wild ass guess. But let's say that Railtown's conductor, Langtrax, Railtrax, Shredder, projected into 2026 is 50 million. You have 26 annual recurring revenue projected of 150 million. AIP rolls up just a quarter of their current revenue. Railtown's conductor, Langtrax, Railtrax, Shredder, and whatever that visual thing they announced. Remember, we're talking about forward projection for 2026. They garner 50 million in revenue. Now, let me just give you an example. This research report projected, here's the front page, projected that Railtown, before AIP, would collect a significant portion of the developer's market. But then the guy went on to say they get 3%. Well, how big is the addressable market in his report? 3 billion. 3 billion. So let's take 3 billion. That's written a year ago. Let's take 3 billion times 0.03. 3 billion times 0.03. That's 90 million in revenue. That was written a year ago, and conductor's been available for this entire time. I'm using 50 million, not 90 million, 50 million. And we're assuming a quarter of Railtown, of AIP's network is rolled up. You come up with 150 million. Let's not use 58. Let's use 50. Let's use 50. Multiple That's $7.5 billion. Well, Tolstoy King is not going to believe that. He just isn't going to believe it. How is it possible? It's an over-the-counter stock. So at 50x, AIP has 100 million for 2026. Railtown has 50 million for 2026. And assuming that the multiples stay strong for rapidly growing AI revenues, not 200x, not 150x, not 100x, not 75x, not 60x, 50x. That's 7.5 billion. Let's divide it by 250 million shares. That gives you a target in February of $30 a share. I think it was very conservative assumption on the revenues. I don't know if 50x is conservative, but it's at the low end of current deals. I think 25x would be too low for the growth rate of the revenue. So that's $30 a share. Let's see what I projected for February. Can't find it. Can't find it. I have to go find it. Well, I guess I didn't make one for February. So I'll just have to show you, I'll have to show you both projections. Okay, so for February, I came up with $44. Well, you're going to say, well, you just showed us 30. Well, I think my revenue numbers were too low. I think my multiple was too low. So I have a target for February of $44 on revenue. Now, in May 5th, I have a target for $55. $55. But my revenue, I think that's going to be low. Let's just pick some revenue for May, because that'll be, they'll have gotten through the first quarter. And then they're projecting for the next 12 months. So let's say by May, AIP is doing 150 million. And Rail, and by doing, I mean forward projection. And we'll use 50. Now, Tolstoy's not going to see this. It involves a lot of assumptions, and it involves revenue. He's not interested in revenue. Businessmen aren't interested in revenue in stocks because they're just stocks. They're not really, it's not real revenue. It's just a stock. It's just on the screen. Well, you'll have 12.5 billion in market cap. 150 million, which is a third of the revenue currently in the AIP network, and assume that Railtown can project 100 million, divided by 250 million shares. Now, you know what it's going to be, but I'll do it anyway. And it gives you a target. After first quarter earnings are announced, of $50 a share. Well, how can that be? Tolstoy says he just can't see that an over-the-counter stock can go to $50. Well, it's a combination of revenue, growth in revenue, and multiples in the hottest wealth creation space for 150 years, according to James Altucher. $50. So let's see what I said. I said $55 for May. Now, what do I think the company is going to be worth a year from now? Well, a year from now, it might be a year and a half. It might be 9 months from now. It might be 3 years from now. But let's just finish this projection. But first, I want to tell you that in February, your 40,000 shares of Railtown will be worth $1.67 million. In May, your 40,000 shares of Railtown will be worth $2 million. How much will your GDC be worth? I still say 25 grand. All right, let's see the last entry. Next year, a year from now or later, I mean, it could be December of 26, it could be June of 27. But the longer it goes out, the more risk of a market crash, a correction in multiples, etc. But also, arguing against delay is that companies like Microsoft, NVIDIA, and etc. are going to want to acquire Railtown/AI while it's still cheap. And I know this doesn't sound cheap to you, but this is less than 0.5% of their market cap. This is, let me tell you what it is. It's 1%. It's 1% of NVIDIA's current market cap to acquire Railtown. So who knows if it's correct? But if it goes to $175 in an acquisition, NVIDIA buys it for stock, you have $7 million without paying taxes. Yeah. You get that bump up in value without having to pay taxes. What's your 5,000 shares of GDC worth at that time? You probably don't even own it anymore because you're so sick. You're just sick to your stomach. If you had held 40,000 shares of Railtown for a year, again, this is a wild ass projection, but you could have $7 million in a year, and you'll be so sick to your stomach you'll disgorge GDC, you'll turn off your screen, and you'll go back to making $5 grand a month on the equipment you bought. And you're wealthy anyway, so you don't have to think about it. But for the rest of us, This is why you don't listen to Tolstoy. Number one, an over-the-counter stock can indeed go to $55 because of revenue, because of the multiples, because it's in the industry that everybody is racing to join, and it's not speculation. It is corporations needing to upgrade their software to reflect AI. $300 billion a year on that spend. $300 billion. So that's how you get $55. You get revenue increases, and ultimately you get the company sold. But Tolstoy's not going to be around. He doesn't even own it. He's happy that he bought COSM at 89 cents, told you to buy it. It went to $1.20, $1.25. He got out. It's back to 87, and he's happy with that. Well, that's good for him. He loves it that way. But that's not, he's looking at quote unquote investing differently than you are. And the guy that's already rich and has his own business, and he bought GDC because the press release says it's worth $22.70 a share, which is verifiably not accurate. He's rich already. He has his own reasons. What are your reasons? What are you trying to accomplish? Get out a pad of paper, get out a spreadsheet, put in some dates, put in some multiples, put in some projected revenue, read up. These are my numbers. They don't have to be your numbers. But I wouldn't sell at $5. No way in hell. I wouldn't sell at $11. Because what's going to happen as you move down this grid is the available stock is going to disappear. Because not everyone thinks like the businessman. Not everyone thinks like Tolstoy. The buyers here say, this is generational wealth. I'm going to buy 10 million shares if I can. I'm going to put it in the children's trusts. And when I'm long gone, they're going to be getting revenue from this. Remember, Constellation Software went from an investment of $25 million to $5 billion. $100 billion. $100 billion in market cap, $5,000 a share Canadian. These people buying Railtown are not buying to flip it out and say, you don't go broke taking a profit. That's not how they think. They're not functional idiots. They'd laugh at that advice. So anyway, all right, it's 1 o'clock. Let's see what I'm going to take all these down, delete them all. So I have, room to maybe put things up later. These were my projections. I guess that's what they were worth at that time. That's when I first started. What? It doesn't have a date. I think that's when I first started pushing it or something. Let's see where Nixie is. I think Nixie's higher than that. I think this was in June. Let's see where everything is. Railtown, of course, is down because the attorneys just cannot finish. There's 200 million in volume. So Railtown now is 43 cents. But since June, that's up from 25.6. So it's not a double. What's the other one? GTII was 15 cents. GTII right today is a penny. Right now it's a penny. GTII is a penny. Finger 148. Today Finger is 163. Nixie 209. Nixie now is 177. And I think I did another chart, but I'll have to find it, with more companies than just that. So if you had listened to the Charm Boys, GTII, I'm so glad some of you sold that. GTII is now worthless. Railtown is, it's not double, but almost double. Finger is up somewhat. I don't know, 10%? About 10%. And Nixie is down. Nixie is down. 20% maybe. All right, I'm sure I'm going to miss all your comments, but that's life in the fast lane. Let's see whose are there. Yeah, this is the first comment that I have. That's the first one. So I lost a bunch of comments. If you put something up you wanted me to see, you have to repost. The only comment, the furthest, as they say in North Carolina, the furthest comment that I see back is Donna's at 11:20. So I'm sorry. That's just, I've got to get a better computer system, but I just have to go with what I have. Railtown is 42.9 to 44. It's going to be torture. The attorneys will not finish. So once we accept that, what I mean is they won't finish while we're looking at it, while we're asking, while we're checking in on it. Once we accept that, you can go through an exercise like I just did, and you realize the companies are continuing to build business and produce. Attorneys don't produce anything. They're the great albatross on progress. On the other hand, if you don't use attorneys, all the progress you make can be taken from you in the future. They're just a necessary anchor. That's what attorneys are, a necessary anchor on production. They're just a cost of doing business. So anyway, Donna is my first comment. If I missed you, I'm not doing it on purpose. Hi, Donna. I'm sure Donna said hello to me separately from saying it to Jack. Too real for you. Hey, William, keep holding strong. The trigger is when they go to tokenization. Oh, for the government? I don't know. It's it's almost scary how rapidly things are changing. And I think you're going to see, because, I'm sorry, it's just a fact. The United States is complicit in the genocide of, at a minimum, 2.5 million Arabs. We are. And it could get worse. This is Netanyahu's final solution. And that, if that sounds like someone else, I mean it too. He could go as high as 10 million. And we're part of it because Israel controls our government, our banks, and apparently some of our media and some of our discourse. I mean, apparently TikTok is now screened. Well, anyway, whatever your feelings are, the United States has decided to stand with a murderous bunch of criminals in Israel. And I don't know why we have to. Do we treat Jews poorly in the United States? Do we somehow marginalize Jews in the United States? Do Jews not have the same opportunities as anyone else in the United States? Haven't Jews done well? They need another country, and we have to support it? And they don't even live there? Well, whatever. That's what we're doing. So anyway, too real for you. What's happening is, what I noticed is Israel wanted a cessation of what could be called war with Iran, because, and obviously they did it. They've now installed more advanced defense. It's laser beams, basically. So they were just buying time. They've attacked 7 countries. I'm not sure by the time Trump leaves office that Israel won't have attacked 10 or 12. And it doesn't matter. I'm not trying to cause debate. I'm just telling you that as far as the rest of the world is concerned, we are complicit. And what Israel did was show to the Saudi Arabian royal family, to the Qatari royal family, possibly to Sheikh Mo in the UAE and elsewhere, that the United States cannot be trusted, that the United States values Israel, regardless of how murderous they are, over any Arab country, and that we will not protect our allies if they're Arab. So what has that done? I think in connection, when you add it to Hillary Clinton, Victoria Nuland, and the other simps and feminists in government who never have been punched in the nose, never served, they decided to implement sanctions on Russia, Iran, and elsewhere, and move their ideology forward. What's happened is we're now up against Russia, China, India, Iran, and soon to be the Middle East. And I don't think the Qataris or the Saudis are going to act tomorrow necessarily. They might, but I don't think it'll be tomorrow. But slowly and surely, they're going to move away from the U.S. protection to countries who have soldiers, like Pakistan, India, China, Egypt even, and countries who have better weaponry than the United States. Remember, we borrowed money on the scales of trillions of dollars to bomb deserts and assault mountains and to spend money on boondoggles and World War II technologies like aircraft carriers. The Russians focused like a laser on weaponry that actually works today. So did the Chinese. Some of it was stolen technology made available by everyone from Bill Clinton to the Bushes to the Obamas, stealth technology and etc. Even India and Iran for sure have better weaponry when it comes to hypersonic missiles. They can take out one of our carrier groups. So I think too real for you over the next year to 2 years, because of our arrogance and stupidity, the dollar's standing in the world is going to collapse. And our lifestyles are going to change. But at least we won't be anti-Semitic. We have that going for us. So what's going on in the Fed and what's going on in the United States and in Europe now? The banking system is going down, but not without a fight. And I think they realize younger people are not going to go to war. I can't imagine anybody wanting to land in Germany to fight Russia. So, what are they? They're gonna try to have war, but in my opinion, they're trying to go get collateral. You don't have to own the country. You just have to get a regime change so that the people that you've installed borrow money from your banks in New York and London, and they collateralize it with that nation's reserves. Venezuela, for example, possibly the world's largest oil reserves. Russia, they're trying to break that up. They want to go after $90 trillion worth of natural resource assets. Iran, and I think they'll come to real for you after the cryptocurrencies and all of that stuff. I don't know how. I know that everyone says it's protected. I think they'll come after the retirement accounts in the United States. I would expect that the government, probably not under Trump, but under Kamala Harris or AOC, will decide that all of our retirement accounts can only be invested in U.S. Treasuries. And, obviously that'll have an impact on the assets that are in those accounts because they'll have to be sold. But you'll move, I don't know how much, what is the size of USA retirement assets? 45 trillion. So if they, too real for you, they could make the debt that the United States has issued on behalf of Israel and the banksters, 37 trillion to defend Israel in the Middle East. They could move that over to the United States retirement accounts. That 45.8 trillion would go down, but that's what I think's coming. They're going to take us to war. That'll create inflation, and then all manner of indignities. But ultimately, it's about finding collateral for the banksters and keeping the British, I think it's the British Empire, the British banking system going. I don't think it's we're bigger maybe than the British banks, but I think this is a 400 or 500 year, I guess it started, this fractional reserve banking started in Italy, but I think it accelerated when the Dutch created corporations, and they created the Dutch East India Company, and then with the success of that, it went to London, it went to France, but the South Sea bubble and the Mississippi bubbles blew up under law. And then I think the Portuguese and the Spanish gave their attempts at it. I'm not a good enough historian to be able to lay out what happened with the Armada and with silver and with sugar and cotton and slavery. But suffice to say, I think the modern capitalism and modern fractional reserve banking has been a several century thing. I would, off the top of my head, I would say it's 400 to 500 years, might be a little longer. But as it came to the British Empire, who stood down the threat from the Dutch and from the Portuguese and from the French and from Russia and Germany and from I don't know if I said France already, the Spanish. I think the world wars, World War I and World War II, were about the banks. I mean, you can complicate it with anything else you want. It's all about the banks and the collateral, the Versailles Treaty. There's no way those banks were getting paid. So that's World War II. When England or Britain, when they crashed their empire on the shoals of World War I, but then really destroyed it in World War II, the United States came out of World War II. To my memory, we had 55% of the world's economy, it might have been higher, and the world's productive capacity. And I think the British banking system and the British Empire became the United States banking system and empire. And I think we're still entrapped by that thinking. And it's all about compounding of wealth. It's about always lending more money into existence. But when you're one little country, let's say one little area like Florence, well, you can expand you're lending money into existence, and it can go into existence in Amsterdam. And then you're in Amsterdam, you can lend money into existence, but you can go get assets in Indonesia and elsewhere. Portuguese, you can go into Brazil and do the sugar canes and bring slaves over. Anyway, you can continue to grow your banking system because the collateral keeps growing. Well, we live in a world that's fixed, and most of the collateral is claimed or hypothecated and rehypothecated and rehypothecated. And the super wealthy, which is just a handful of men in the banking system, they need the government to keep printing debt so they get their sliver. And they convert that into real assets like Lawrence Sanchez and yachts. And the rest of us scramble to keep up. And I don't know, I guess that's my way of saying I don't trust tokenization. I don't trust the whatever those things are called, the CDCs or whatever they're called. You know, I don't trust any of it. I think their scheme is to keep their juggernaut going. And I don't know that we can outsmart them. The best way to outsmart what's coming is to own silver. The second best thing is gold. And possibly the third best thing is platinum and palladium. The fourth best thing is income and assets in oil and gas, because that's energy. And the fifth or sixth best thing is what you know how to do. And maybe that should be the first thing. Hey, John Quasson, how are you? Brandon, serious question. If Railtown is in a quiet period, why can they make press releases the last 7 months? Well, the press releases have not included revenue projections. They have not included details on the contracts signed. And so the debate is, Brandon, and this is the problem they have. The attorneys are saying one thing on this side, and then on the other hand, they're saying this side. When you have material information, in Canada in particular, it has to be released immediately. There's one exception in Canada, and that is if by releasing that information, you would damage shareholder value, and then you can get extensions on that. So if you've got Railtown buying AI partners because a bunch of guys met at a conference and they say, okay, we'll do it. What you don't have, Brandon, is a valuation. How much is Railtown worth? How much is AI Partners, the parent network, worth? How valuable are those under? You don't have any of that. So how long does it take to do a valuation study? I don't know. You figure it out. I'd say it's at least 60 days, but it's probably more like 3 months, 4 months. So you get all that done. You can't release it, Brandon. What is AIP? It's an idea. Here's the idea, Brandon. Why don't we get together and create an affiliation of 180 companies who are in the AI space? They're the hottest companies on the planet right now. Everybody wants to own them. Everybody wants to invest in them. And we have an idea. We're going to make them a network, and then we're going to roll them up into our parent company. Nobody else has ever thought of that? Nobody else has that idea? Nobody else wants to buy? Brandon, sometimes I don't think people really spend a lot of time thinking. Okay, Brandon, I know you can't process all this information. I know it's new to you. But here's Mike Norbrega, Dr. Tom Core, the guy from IBM, and John Ruffalo. Hey, why don't we put together a parent company, and it'll be like a newsletter or it'll be like an association. We'll get 180 companies to join our association. They'll pay an annual fee, and our goal will be to roll up those companies into our parent company over time. Well, la-di-da, we meet Railtown, they join our network, and we decide to let them buy us. Why do they want to buy us, Brandon? Because we can roll up these 180 companies. Well, Brandon, what keeps those 180 companies from going elsewhere? And as you're valuing them, you're doing the valuation study, you find out that AIP Partners Network doesn't really have every single company locked up in an agreement to be purchased. So what if, Brandon Neely, you were asked, demanded by investors, keep us up to date because we own 100,000 shares. Tell the world what these companies are worth. Tell everybody. Get it out there. Don't hide it. Do you think, Brandon, that these banking companies that are in the orbit these manufacturing companies, these healthcare companies, these sales and marketing companies, these AI development companies, these cloud services and security companies, customer experience, retail and restaurant and recruiting companies, do you think those are immune, Brandon, from other people coming and buying them? I mean, Brandon, you want the company to put out information so these 160 companies could be picked off one by somebody else. Or they keep it quiet and they lock up the companies one by one. Takes a lot of salesmanship, takes a lot of time, and a lot of lawyers' time. Takes months. Now, they decided to keep that information quiet. But if Railtown makes a deal outside of that network with other companies and they don't announce it, down the road, a class action suit could be filed. Hey, my client would have purchased Railtown had she known that you had a deal with Brayet AI out of the Middle East. So they announce it. I don't know what you're saying here. You couldn't find any information on Railtown being in the quiet period. It's going to be announced. You know what, Brandon? I'm not going to even answer that. If you need to see somewhere in the news someone said it's in a quiet period, then you don't understand this anyway. You might as well just maybe just need to be somewhere else. I don't know. I really don't know. What would it be called other than a quiet period? Okay, Brandon, let's go step by step, and let's make it a thinking exercise. Damn it. Just go over the same crap over and over again. On February 11th, Railtown AI Technologies is pleased to announce it has executed a memorandum of understanding for the acquisition of AI partnerships. We can agree on that. Okay. Do you know that, did they announce the terms of the MOU, Brandon? No, they didn't. So you don't know them, I don't know them. The public doesn't know them. What does that imply? That implies there are people who know what the terms are, and that's material information that they have that you don't have and the public doesn't have. I couldn't find something on a quiet period. All right, then they write here, both companies are working toward finalizing a letter of intent to formalize the acquisition in the coming weeks. Do you know what that letter of intent is going to say? Do you know what the final document is going to say, Brandon? I don't. Do you suppose, Brandon, if someone did know what that final document says, or what some of the terms of that document are, that they have information you don't have? I didn't see anything on a quiet period. Oh, God. Can an investor buy or sell stock if she knows material non-public information? No. An investor cannot legally buy an investor cannot legally buy or sell stock based on material, non-public information. Doing so is a federal crime known as illegal insider trading. It is strictly prohibited by the Securities and Exchange Commission in order to ensure fair and transparent markets. What is material non-public information? Well, material, it is significant enough that a reasonable investor would consider it important when deciding to buy, sell, or hold a company's stock. For example, advanced knowledge of earnings or losses, knowledge of pending mergers, acquisitions, or tender offers, knowledge of major changes in management, senior, knowledge of impending bankruptcy. What does it mean to be non-public? The information has not been widely released or disseminated to the general investing public. Information is only considered public after it has been announced and investors have had a reasonable time to digest it. Illegal insider trading extends beyond a company's own employees and executives. The prohibition applies to company insiders, corporate officers, directors, and other employees who have access to confidential information. Brandon, do you think anyone that has access to the valuation study of Railtown, AIP Partners, or any of their companies has access to material, non-public information? Do you think anybody who has access to the negotiations of the terms of the LOI and the MOU have access to material, non-public information? Temporary insiders, professionals like lawyers, accountants, or consultants who obtain confidential information whilst working for a company. Tippees. Any individual who receives a tip from someone with material non-public information and knows or should know that the information was shared in a breach of trust, which is what you want the company to do, is breach their trust. Misappropriators, individuals who gain access to confidential information through their work, even if they're not an insider. You go through somebody's trash. What is a quiet period for Brandon Neely, because he can't find it? On Wall Street. What is a quiet period on Wall Street? I can't find any information on it. It's unbelievable. A quiet period on Wall Street refers to a specific time frame when a company's management and insiders significantly limit their public communication and interaction with the financial community to prevent material, non-public information from being disseminated, ensuring a level playing field for all investors. I can't find anything on them being in a quiet period. There are two main types. One surrounds a company's initial public offering, regulated by the SEC, and another self-imposed period before quarterly earnings reports to maintain integrity and compliance. IPO quiet period, or waiting period. This is a legally mandated period starting when a company files its registration statement with the SEC and ending when the SEC declares the statement effective and trading can begin. During this time, companies and underwriters are restricted from making public statements that could promote the IPO or provide information not contained in the registration statement, preventing market manipulation and ensuring fairness for investors. Quarterly earnings quiet period. This is more of a self-imposed period, typically the weeks leading up to the company's quarterly earnings release. The purpose is to avoid the accidental disclosure of material non-public information, which could give some investors an unfair advantage over others. Purpose of a quiet period: preventing material non-public information disclosure, ensuring investor fairness, maintaining market integrity, regulatory compliance. Could Brandon Neely refer to the time it takes to convert a public company's memorandum of understanding into a final letter of intent to acquire another company as a quiet period for regulatory purposes. I didn't get any answers. Is the period taken by a public company to draw up a final letter of intent, a quiet period. Okay, so Brandon, it looks like you're right and I'm wrong. The period of drawing up a final letter of intent is not a quiet period. Quiet periods are formal mandatory restrictions on public communication enforced by the Securities and Exchange Commission during specific events. An LOI period, in contrast, involves a private exclusivity agreement and due diligence. Quiet periods versus LOI exclusivity. Quiet period, triggered during event. Typically begins when a company files a registration statement for an IPO or before a quarterly earnings release. Letter of intent period, initiated when an acquirer and a target company sign an LOI to negotiate a potential transaction, such as a merger or acquisition. Purpose, to prevent, in the case of a quiet period, to prevent insider trading and gun jumping by ensuring all investors have access to the same information at the same time. It prohibits company insiders from making promotional statements about an upcoming securities offering. A letter of intent period. The purpose, to give the potential buyer exclusive rights to conduct due diligence and negotiate final terms without competition from other buyers. So you don't want to give out your valuation info. You don't want to give out the details of your negotiations because you don't want other buyers to buy the company. Typical restriction, a quiet period. Regulatory imposed ban on specific public communications such as press interviews, promotion, and financial forecasts. In a LOI period, the restriction is a contractual obligation that is binding on the specific parties to the LOI. The exclusivity clause typically prevents the seller from negotiating with other potential buyers. Enforcement of the quiet period, enforced by the SEC. Violations can lead to a delayed IPO or other penalties. Enforcement of the LOI period. A breach of the exclusivity clause could lead to legal action for breach of contract by the aggrieved party. Public communication during an LOI. A public company must evaluate whether signing an LOI constitutes material information that needs to be publicly disclosed. Public disclosure. If the company decides the LOI is material, it is often announced publicly. The company must then follow standard disclosure rules, including filing a Form 8K with the SEC. Continued disclosure. Throughout the LOI and due diligence process, the company and its counterparty must continue to adhere to securities laws, which require the disclosure of any new material developments. Negotiation versus promotion. The key distinction is between standard business communications related to the transaction and prohibited promotional activities. An LOI does not prevent a company from making normal business disclosures, provided that they are not misleading. So it sounds like, Brandon, I've used the term quiet period, which I use all the time in my life, possibly incorrectly. I think it means the same thing, but maybe I used it incorrectly. So let's see what else I should call it. In general, a memorandum of understanding, which is what the company is currently under, does not create specific public disclosure requirements, but transparency rules can apply depending on the parties involved in the nature of the agreement. Public entities are subject to public records laws like FOIA, while publicly traded companies must disclose material information under securities laws. Government, that's FOIA. There's no public disclosure for internal information sharing. Publicly traded companies and securities laws. Materiality standard. If a publicly traded company is party to a memorandum of understanding, it must disclose the agreement to the SEC if the deal is deemed material to investors. A material event is one that would significantly affect the company's financial condition, operations, or its investors' decisions. Form 8K filings. Public companies will file a Form 8K to announce a material event, such as a significant business agreement, within 4 business days of its occurrence, while the MOU itself may be non-binding. The SEC requires disclosure of the underlying material aspects of the transaction. Confidentiality versus disclosure. A company can include a confidentiality clause in a memorandum of understanding to protect sensitive information. However, this clause cannot override the mandatory disclosure requirements under securities laws. Private companies and transparency laws. The Corporate Transparency Act, under the CTA, many private companies and LLCs are required to report beneficial ownership information to the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network. An MOU is a non-binding agreement. MOUs for private transactions are not legally binding. Standard MOU confidentiality provisions. Publicity clauses. These clauses require that the parties to an MOU agree on the language of any press releases or public announcements as it relates to the MOU. Disclosure restrictions. The MOU will typically state that its terms and existence must be kept confidential unless disclosure is required by law or a securities regulation. Is the confidentiality period of a MOU called a quiet period to an investment bank or professional. No, the confidentiality period of a memorandum of understanding is not called a quiet period by investment bankers. The two terms refer to completely different concepts in finance and law. A confidentiality period, what it is, a contractually defined length of time, often between 1 and 5 years, during which parties to an agreement, like an MOU, are obligated not to disclose sensitive information, like valuations, for example. Purpose: to protect proprietary information such as trade secrets, financial data, and business strategy that is exchanged between parties during negotiations and collaborations. Context: used in various legal agreements, including MOUs, non-disclosure agreements, NDAs, and business contracts. Enforcement: it is a contractual obligation. Violating it can lead to legal action for breach of contract. Quiet period, what it is. Quiet period is a specific legally mandated blackout period that restricts communications from a company that is going public through an initial public offering. Purpose: to prevent a company from improperly generating hype or manipulating the price of its stock before and after an IPO. It ensures that potential investors rely on information officially filed with the Securities and Exchange Commission. Context: enforced by the SEC for IPOs and also observed by public companies around the time of quarterly earnings reports to avoid selective disclosure information. Enforcement. It is a regulatory requirement. Violating the rules can result in penalties from the SEC, which may include delaying the IPO. Quiet period. The federal securities laws do not define the term quiet period. However, the term is used to refer to the period of time surrounding the filing of a registration statement during which an issuer of securities must ensure that its offering related communications comply with the federal securities laws. The period lasts at a minimum from the time an issuer files a registration statement with the SEC to the time that the SEC staff declare the registration statement effective. During that period, issuers and other participants in the registered offering must be careful that any offer of the registered securities is made in accordance with federal securities laws. The failure to comply with applicable restrictions on making offers is referred to as gun jumping. Because the SEC and the courts have broadly construed the term offer to include communications that might generate public interest in an issuer or its securities, the scope of communications that are potentially subject to restriction is quite broad. To ensure that the flow of information about issuers and securities offerings is not unduly limited, the SEC has adopted a number of rules to permit issuers to communicate during this period about matters other than the registered securities offering, including the release of factual business information, as well as rules that permit issuers to provide limited public information about their plans to engage in or the status of a registered securities offering. So, Brandon, what I take from that is my use of quiet period, which is habitual, is incorrect in this case. I would argue that Canaccord does have a quiet period on this relationship, but it's just on their restricted list. God, this is painful. This is worse than day trading. An investment bank's restricted list is a confidential list of companies whose securities are subject to trading or research restrictions due to the bank's involvement with the issuer, such as advising on a merger or acting as an underwriter. The purpose is to prevent insider trading and insider trading perception by controlling the flow of material, non-public information and ensuring compliance with regulations. Employees are generally prohibited from trading these securities, or trading is severely limited, and research on these companies may not be distributed by clients, to clients. Why securities are placed on the restricted list? 1, involvement with material transactions. The bank is a financial advisor on a merger, acquisition, or other significant transaction for the company. That applies to Canaccord. Possession. The bank or its employees possess or are likely to obtain material non-public information about the company. That's why it's on the restricted list. The bank is acting as an underwriter for a new stock offering or other financial instruments. That would be why it's on the restricted list. The bank has a significant ownership stake in the company or otherwise controls the issuer. When a company is on a restricted list, specific restrictions apply to the bank's employees, which can include bank employees are typically prohibited from buying or selling the securities of companies on the restricted list. The distribution or republication of research or communications about these securities to clients is restricted by the bank. Employees may be restricted from soliciting client transactions involving these securities. Restricted lists are crucial for maintaining the firm's information barriers, which are designed to segregate different business units and prevent the leakage of confidential information. The list is kept strictly confidential and is typically only accessible to authorized personnel within the firm to protect the integrity of the firm's relationships and activities. A restricted list is a list of securities that a bank's employees are prohibited from buying or selling either for themselves or via any other third person or third party. A material transaction is one in which the bank is involved and has been generally disclosed that the bank is in possession or may obtain material non-public information concerning the securities issuer. Or the bank is engaged with the company on non-public activity such as mergers and acquisitions work, affiliate ownership, or underwriting activities, or other distribution of the issuer's securities. When a securities issuer is subject to trading restrictions by being placed on a bank's restricted trading list, the bank will not trade as a principal in securities of the issuer or publish any equity research reports concerning the issuer. Bank employees cannot personally trade in the securities of any issuer subject to trading restrictions by virtue of being on a restricted list. Securities will stay on the restricted list until the securities issuer announces that the material transaction has been completed or has been aborted, or until the bank's compliance is otherwise satisfied that the bank does not possess or will not come into possession of material non-public information about the securities issuer. Trading in securities on a restricted list can result in serious legal and financial repercussions. So, Brandon, can you get in your head a concept? Material, non-public information. Can you forgive me by lumping it all together and calling it a quiet period when it wasn't? It wasn't a quiet period. There is no initial public offering here. You could argue there's a secondary offering, and that there would be a quiet period for that. They just didn't describe that. material non-public information cannot be disclosed to any party unless they've signed an NDA, a non-disclosure agreement, or if they're bound by somebody else's non-disclosure agreement, such as an employee of a company that signed the NDA. What I meant by quiet period, Brandon, is that from February 11th, 2025, Railtown AI Technologies announced the acquisition of AIP in the form of a memorandum of understanding, which, according to their press release, was going to be reduced to a letter of intent over several weeks. I called that a quiet period. Apparently, that quiet period has a specific definition in securities laws to refer to an IPO, or as I read it, maybe another issuance of securities, or earnings. So I misspoke, Brandon. What is a quiet period? You can't talk about material non-public or insider information. That's a quiet period. What is the period between signing a bloody MOU and getting the final LOI? It is a period of time where you cannot disclose material non-public information, or if you're someone that becomes in possession of it, you cannot disclose it. How is that prevented? Obviously it's done via the legal document of a non-disclosure agreement. Now, if you work at a bank, or if you're a legal firm and you're doing an IPO or issuance of security, or it's an earnings period, they call it the quiet period. If it's an MOU and it goes to an LOI and that's a negotiation, apparently they call it the LOI period. And everyone in that agreement is bound by NDAs, whether they're the attorney, bankers, acquiree, acquired, investors related to the acquiree or the acquired, or on the board, or management, or people that are brought in to consult, or major investors who can be assumed to have access to that negotiation. That's all covered in the LOI period, mainly by an NDA. Now, there's a little gray area there. If you haven't signed the NDA, are you still bound by the requirements to not trade on or disclose material non-public information? And the answer is yes, everybody is. Everybody in the world is required to not trade on inside information until a period of time has gone by, or until that information can be disclosed to others. So, Brandon, I used quiet period to refer to the time that the MOU was announced, to the period of time that the LOI is going to be put in final form, because a quiet period refers to a time where the company must be quiet, people close to the company must be quiet, lawyers must be quiet, accountants must be quiet about material non-public information. This apparently addresses IPOs, issuances of securities, and earnings reports. So I misused the term. Because Railtown is not issuing an IPO, it's already public, and it is not apparently doing a secondary offering at this time that it has to disclose, there is no quiet period. I was 100% wrong, Brandon, and boy, did you catch me out. And I sincerely apologize. I don't have the vocabulary to describe what the company is in right now. It's in an MOU period. It's not yet in the LOI period. The MOU and the announcement said they're going to bring it to an LOI. So they're not in the LOI period. They're in an MOU period. What do I call it, Brandon? What do I call it? An NDA period? Maybe. Maybe. An NDA period. A non-disclosure agreement period. I've never heard that term before. So, Brandon, I took license and I called it a quiet period. You can't find it anywhere, so it must not exist. I think it's picayune beyond the pain in my brain and my impatience and my frustration. I can't tell you how inane it is to call me out for describing this period as a quiet period. When it's not, you're right, it's not a quiet period. It's not. It's not a quiet period. So I was wrong, and I apologize for that. But effectively, the company has signed an NDA. Let's just go down that road. The board of directors are bound by that NDA. The major shareholders who are privy to information and because of their ownership position are therefore called insiders. They are bound by that NDA. The company that signs the NDA, the non-disclosure agreement, cannot disclose the negotiations to acquire AI Partnerships Corp. They can't disclose the timing. They cannot disclose the valuations. They cannot disclose the revenues. They cannot disclose any material information being discussed. Okay, so that's Railtown. Can't discuss anything. They signed an NDA. It's not a quiet period, though. Well, how can Railtown make other announcements if they have an NDA? Well, the other announcements have to be made because they're material. They're a public company. So they announce products, they announce going to conferences, they announce partnerships, but they don't talk about revenues. Why can't they talk about revenues? I don't know, but they haven't. My guess is, in an abundance of caution, that it changes the valuation of Railtown, which that valuation is protected by an NDA. So in an abundance of caution, they don't talk about revenues, so they can't be accused of putting out material, non-public information a little bit when there's so much that's hidden behind the NDA. All right, that's Railtown. Now, what happens, Brandon, with AIP partners? Well, they're being acquired. They're going to sign an NDA. That's binding on the company. That's binding on its consultants. That's binding on its attorneys, its accountants, and it's binding on its officers, its insiders, defined by who owns the most of the company. And it binds the company from disclosing information. But because they're in possession of that information, they are precluded from buying shares in Railtown because the information they have could be construed to be important to a reasonable investor when she makes her decision to buy, sell, or hold Railtown. So, to prevent gun jumping, to prevent dumping the stock, to prevent trading in an unfair market, anyone who has signed that NDA and has access to material non-public information in the memorandum of understanding process cannot buy stock in Railtown, and they cannot share information to you or anyone who is not bound by that NDA. They cannot cause promotion in the price of the stock or a decline in the price of the stock. That's AI partners. Canaccord Genuity. They are the exclusive hired investment bank. Now, restricted list, you're not going to see. But I used to work on Wall Street. I saw restricted lists all the time. But that was internal information. If something was on the restricted list, we could not talk about it. Sometimes the restricted list overlapped with IPO and secondary offerings, so it was a quiet period. But it's not always. It could be that research was pending. It could be, just like in this situation, a merger or an acquisition was pending, and we had no idea of it. It was just on our restricted list. Well, at Canaccord Genuity, being on the restricted list means that the investment bankers can't talk to anybody about the stock. It means the institutional salesmen cannot talk to their clients to induce their clients to buy or sell the stock. They cannot share any information. It means that the retail brokers cannot share information with their clients or new clients. It means the research department cannot issue research reports or give guidance on the stock if they're asked about it. It means the trading desks cannot trade it. Well, they can trade it in a if it's unsolicited. I forget the terminology, but they can't initiate positions or trade it for the firm. They can process third-party trades. I don't know all the intricacies. So, in effect, Canaccord is in a quiet period, but that's not what it's called. It's not called that. So sorry. But it's it's on the restricted list. I don't know what else the hell to call it. AIP has underneath of it 180 companies, many of whom are intricately involved with management, and they may cross-own shares. They certainly cross-talk revenue and revenue projections and valuations. They have signed NDAs, I'm sure. As long as the MOU is being converted to an LOI, they can't talk to anybody. It's not a quiet period. It walks like a quiet period. It talks like a quiet period. It squawks like a quiet period. It flies like a quiet period. It shits like a quiet period. It swims like a quiet period, but it's not a duck. Those people can't buy the stock. John Ruffalo, who worked for Omer's and was the main investor in Constellation Software, and he started a company named Mavericks, and he's heavily involved here. It is highly unlikely. He signed the NDA, he's bound by it, but it's highly unlikely that the top people at Mavericks or their top investors are not bound by that same NDA, because it wouldn't look good at a minimum. But they may have access to material, non-public information regarding the merger, the MOU of Railtown and the acquisition of AI Partners. So all of Mavericks and those investors, probably in an abundance of caution, cannot buy the stock of Railtown. It is likely that the professionals at the Ontario Municipal Employee Retirement System also are bound by, oh, I can't call it a quiet period. What can I call it? An NDA period. Well, they may not have signed the NDA. What the hell am I supposed to call it? The envelope of time between the announcement on February 11th of the MOU, which is going to convert to an LOI, so it's not in an LOI period. I am going to call that envelope what? A period of time that everyone must keep their mouth shut. And it depends on whether they signed the NDA or they heard it from someone else, or if, what the hell am I going to call it, Brandon? Excuse me for calling it a quiet period. It's not. I don't know what the hell it is. And I'm sorry I'm answering the question like this. It's one of the most tedious questions. Now, why can the company talk about acquisitions? Not acquisitions, sales contracts? Because they're material information that needs to be released. But it's material information that is separate from the MOU. Why don't they put revenue projections in there and valuation? I don't know the answer. I'm sure the attorneys do. Why is this such bloody hell? Because the attorneys never finish. So I have to answer stupid questions like this. The purpose of an NDA is to protect company secrets from competition. It's to protect another company from stealing your idea, your employees, or the companies that you're trying to acquire. I don't know why it's so hard to understand that, Brandon, that therefore the company Railtown or the company AIP can't talk to us about material non-public information. And we have earned no right to that information just because we own a lot of stock. I don't know what's so hard of that. I also don't know what's so hard to understand that if the company went out and bought a fleet of bombardier jets, that they'd probably have to announce it because of the size of the commitment, but they would announce it would be unrelated to the MOU. I don't know why that's hard to understand. Why shouldn't the company announce material information unrelated to the process of the MOU being converted to an LOI? I don't know why that's hard to understand. And I don't know why, for me to say that it's a quiet period, somehow that becomes an issue of major, I can't find anything about it. I don't know. I take it all back, Brandon. The company is not in a quiet period. The company is not in a quiet period. I don't know what to call it. They're in a period of time where they're going from a memorandum of understanding announced February 11th, and they're going to bring it to a final LOI at some point. And every time I describe it from now, I'm going to describe it that way. I'm never calling it a quiet period again. The company, Railtown AI and AI partners, are in a period of time where they signed a mutual memorandum of understanding that limits their ability to talk about the details of the negotiations, the value of each company, the revenues, and what all. And they are prevented to talk about it until they get a final letter of intent agreed and announced. And instead of calling it a bloody effing quiet period, I'm going to describe it that way from now on, because it isn't a quiet period. What the hell is it? All right, I'm just going to go over the prices. Railtown is now 44 cents by 44.8. It's 216,000 shares, so it hasn't traded a lot, I guess. 250 shares traded at 44 at 217. Prior to that, 5,000 shares traded at 43.45 at 5 of 1. So it's not trading very rapidly. GTII is now up. Last trade is 9 cents. GDC is down 70 cents at $7.20. Finger Motion is down 4 cents at $1.65. Nixie is actually up almost 5 cents at $1.72. The stock market, the Dow is up 157 points, NASDAQ up 100, S&P up 22. The United States vetoes the UN resolution urging immediate ceasefire, hostage release in Gaza. The United States on September 18 vetoed a UN Security Council resolution calling for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza and the release of hostage held by the terrorist group Hamas and the lifting of Israeli restrictions on humanitarian aid, blocking a measure backed by the other 14 members on the 15 nation body. The U.S. Deputy Middle East Envoy Morgan Ortega said Washington could not support the resolution because it would have locked in a ceasefire with Hamas still in control of Gaza. The United States will never accept this. President Trump will never accept this. He has made clear all 48 hostages must be released now, she said. This resolution also refuses to acknowledge and seeks to return to a failed system that has allowed Hamas to enrich and strengthen itself at the expense of civilians in need. There has been mounting international pressure on Israel, including by governments and aid groups, as the conflict approaches its 2-year mark. The resolution was introduced by Denmark on behalf of the Council's elected members. Denmark's representative to the UN, Christina Marcus Lassen, said the measure aimed to address what she described as a humanitarian and human failure in Gaza and, quote, seeks to contribute to the end of this abhorrent war. The Integrated Food Security Phase Classification, a UN-backed body, said in August that nearly 514,000 people in Gaza are experiencing famine, a claim Israel has rejected. Ortega said the resolution failed, quote, to recognize the reality on the ground and a meaningful increase in the flow of humanitarian aid. She said that UN data showed about 85% of aid sent to Gaza since May 19th had been intercepted, stressing it must reach civilians in need rather than sustain Hamas. Well, nothing's going to happen there. Might as well kill them all. That's an interesting article by Charles Hughes Smith. Is this the last bubble? The consensus holds there will be another bubble after the everything bubble pops, but this might be misplaced confidence in the godlike powers of central banks. The consensus holds that central banks, the Federal Reserve in the United States, will gradually inflate away the world's rising debt burden while propping up assets and the economy with the usual bag of monetary magic. Suppress interest rates so debt service costs ease, increase the money supply and credit to prop up asset bubbles in stocks and housing, and thereby generate growth in consumption via the wealth effect. As assets loft higher, everyone feels richer, so they borrow and spend more. Well, not everyone, because only the top 10% own enough assets to feel the wealth effect. But since they account for more than 50% of all consumer spending, that's enough to maintain the status quo, in which the bottom 90% lose ground, especially the bottom 60%, and the top 10% do splendidly. Should the bubble du jour pop, no worries. Central banks will rush to the rescue as they have for 25 years, goosing money supply and credit, opening the floodgates of liquidity, pushing interest rates down so everyone and every entity can borrow and spend, speculate more and more and more. This is a nice story, and proponents have the past 25 years of history to back it up. But beneath the surface appeal of this story, a Hollywood ending every time, as the Fed will inflate another bubble, one after the other in an endless loop. There are stirrings in the deep that suggest the everything bubble is the last bubble of its kind, and attempts to inflate another bubble, when this one pops, will collapse the entire contraption. In other words, everything is forever until it is no more. Let's consider some points that speak to the nature of speculative bubbles. One, speculative bubbles don't require central banks increasing money supply and manipulating interest rates. Recency bias leads us to imagine that central bank policies inflate and pop speculative bubbles via monetary levers. But the colossal South Seas bubble in 1720 that popped with such devastating consequences arose and fell in a pre-central bank era. The madness of crowds, or more specifically, the greed-driven madness of greedy crowds, is the core driver of speculative frenzies, bubbles. Two, confidence is the foundation of speculative frenzies. Yes, confidence as in a con. Back in 1720, the South Seas Company, that's law, French, was supported by the establishment, and so confidence was high that it was a can't-lose proposition. The riches skimmed by early investors encouraged this confidence. Today, confidence that the Fed will rush to the rescue should the everything bubble pop is high, as is the confidence that the AI bubble, see, that's something we got to watch out for, isn't a bubble, because AI is going to change everything and that the transformation will be immensely profitable, if not for the gold miners, then for those selling the miners' picks and shovels. The problem with some of this AI analysis is there's different breakdowns. There's the 6 or 7 big companies. There's the chat GPT kind of AI. But then there's the AI where corporations are going to spend, like the banks, like real estate companies, like airlines, like I don't know, healthcare companies. They are going to spend on AI software to increase their profits and their services. So you can't just say the whole AI bubble, but anyway, we do have to be aware of that, because I am anyway, counting on a strong spend on AI and high revenue growth, and therefore high multiples. And so far, everything shows that that's what's ahead. But we've got to keep aware, keep aware. Number 3, quasi-religious fervor, confidence, staggering gains, and speculative frenzies all meld into one overflowing river, sweeping all before it. The primary force here is the belief that this isn't irrational or speculative. It's all based on solid facts. This was the exact same belief that powered bubbles in 1720, 1925 to 1929. And I have a feeling we're matching that one even in terms of timing. 1998 to 2000, and in 2004 to 2008. And for all we know, this time is different, but maybe not in the way that the consensus anticipates. Just as a break from all the fun and games, let's consider a chart of M2 money supply, generally conceded as the driver of stocks rising, and compare it to the GDP, which is a measure of the economy, and compare it to the S&P. It's interesting to note that the ratio of money supply to GDP has slipped. Okay, so money supply and the economic expansion are rising together, but the ratio is slipping. For 2 decades, GDP was roughly double the money supply. In 2009, at the bottom of the stock market crash, there was a tiny bit of slippage. By the pre-COVID high water mark, they give a bunch of numbers, but it moved to 1 to 1.37 instead of double. So there's a phrase that describes this: diminishing returns. Goosing money supply is no longer goosing GDP at the levels it once did. Meanwhile, back in speculative frenzy land, the SPX is up 10%. This suggests that the meaning of boosting GDP is now inflating. The means of boosting GDP is now inflating bubbles, not economic activity. And then he talks about money velocity. Then he talks about that we're taking on more debt, but it's translating to smaller and smaller economic growth. Put all this together, and it's clear that stock market and housing bubbles are the only sources of growth, which is another way of saying that growth is a chimera masking the second order effect of goosing money supply, credit, debt, and speculative asset bubbles. Extremes of wealth and income inequality, as the top 10%'s wealth, income, and spending have soared, while the bottom 90% have fallen behind. Well, anyway, he wrote a book, Ultra Processed Life. That's Charles Hughes Smith. AOC's running for president. Trump's $15 billion defamation lawsuit against the New York Times is thrown out. Okay, let's see the prices. Finger is down 4 cents at 164. No, it's down 5.5 cents at 162.5. GTII holding in at 0.089. GDC is down 63 cents at 728. Nixie is up 4 cents at 172. Railtown is flat at 44 cents. The bid is 10,852 shares. The ask is 44.8, 52,500 shares. The last trade that I show is 250 shares at 217. Quite inactive stock. All right, let me keep going down the comments and hope I get further than I did before I became intemperate. Get a pen. Get a pen. I'll write with a green color. Okay. Well, so I'm missing an hour's worth of comments. From Brandon's comment at 11:40 all the way to Volstoy King's comment at 12:49. I'm missing any comments, so I apologize. They're just not there. So I can't answer them. And if you put up any updated totals of Railtown, I can't see them. I haven't seen any updated totals. So if you did put them up and you want to put them up again, that would be great. Because I didn't see them. What happened with Ham? I don't know. What happened with Ham? Korean Union. Something bad or good happened? I don't know. If you're talking about why doesn't Ham come on and join me at any time, he made that decision, I don't know, 3 months ago. He decided to, cut me off. So if you want to get his reason, talk to him. The feedback I got is I have my head up my ass, and I mean I don't know the context he said that, but yeah, if you want to follow him, go to Twitter and sign up. The best place to find him is under Finger, or under GDC, or under G-Bucks, or under Energy Vault. You'll see a title called something like Ham Short something, and just sign up, and you'll hear. I think he has at least one, if not two, conference calls every single day, so you can get a lot of information and a lot of updates on a number of these stocks. So, but he doesn't come on here anymore, and I'm sure he's better at it than I am, Korean Yen. So if you go to listen to him, I understand. I understand. Okay, so Volkswagen King says, never said it couldn't go up, just very unlikely. I love your optimism, but what if, or it needs to happen, rarely pay out due to speculation, or whatever the heck that all says. Look, I guess respectfully, you don't know what you're talking about with Railtown. You're just saying Railtown is like any other over-the-counter stock. Therefore, the odds of it going up is not going to go up. That is as lazy and as unfair to people reading your comments as could possibly be. Railtown is a company that got together early to create a product early, to solve a real problem early, whose timing with the AI compute power looks to be good. They may misstep because their law firm sucks. And their law firm could, if it takes another 90 days, maybe something will happen. But Volstoy King, I know you don't Google anything, and I've shown it. Maybe I can do it with my phone more quickly. I don't want to use media files. Allen Institute lands 152 million this month for AI. NVIDIA put up 77 million of it. IDUGBT raises 10 million this month. It's a seed round. LaserX raises 100 million. September 1st. AI camera system. No, I'm sorry. It's called Camera Intelligence. Raised 1.7 million euros. It doesn't say the valuation. Leo AI secures $10 million in funding. These are all September 2nd now. Andreessen Horowitz. Charm Therapeutics bags $8 million. It's an AI company. September 2nd. Predoc grabs 30 million. It's an AI company. September 2nd. It's an AI platform automating health management. In August, Elise AI raised 250 million. Valued the startup at 2.2 billion. Descartes, an AI research lab, raised 100 million at a $3.1 billion valuation. Anyway, I have pages of these. I'm just not going to go through them. Volstoy, you don't care. I don't care. The AI space is hot. A lot of money is being raised by Wall Street. There's buyouts going on from AI companies, from non-AI companies. There's buyouts being done by funds. And so you can say they rarely pay out, but you can also just go read Annie the Aardvark goes quantity surveying. I'm considering a position of Railtown Monday at 42 cents. Good luck. Good luck. Just because the attorneys have taken so long doesn't mean they're going to take even one more hour. And you, of course, being a day trader who can only think in very small ways, You're going to try to get it at 42 cents. Good luck. Daniel Wisington, Railtown is not an over-the-counter stock. It's a Canadian. Yes, it's a dual-listed stock. And once the restrictions are lifted, it won't be on the OTC. It might be on the OTC for a while. I don't know how long it takes. But I think Railtown will be a New York Stock Exchange company. Why? Because, well, I don't know if they read my little, I don't know, 3 or 4 page note that I sent. But I warned the company, in my opinion, that if they think stepping up to the NASDAQ is an improvement on the over-the-counter, I personally think the NASDAQ, they just instead of slaughtering the companies in the over-the-counter in any kind of brutal way, on the NASDAQ, they give you a Valium first, or they give you laughing gas first, or they give you a painkiller first, and then they have their way with you. So I told them NASDAQ, I think, would be risky, and I don't know that New York Stock Exchange is 100% better because we're dealing with the corrupt American markets, but I think they'll go on the New York Exchange. I don't think, Danielle, just to support what you're saying, I don't think that Railtown will stay under $5 for very long. And once it's above $5, I think nothing goes straight up. Nothing goes straight up. So it'll stair step. And I could be wrong about the rapidity, but I think once the stock gets over $5, it goes to $12, $13, just like that. Why? I don't think there'll be any short selling anymore, and institutions will be able to buy. And I think a lot of institutions are going to come in and buy this to take it away. They don't think like Volstoy King. Well, it's been 68 cents, and now it's trading at 44 cents. I think I'll put my bid in at 42 cents. They're not trying to save 2 cents. They're not even trying to save $5. They want this in their portfolio. So anyway, I agree with you. I don't think it'll be on the whatever it's called, OTCQB, very long, and but I don't think it'll change immediately. If I had to guess, I'd have to look it up, but I don't know how long the process takes to go on the New York Stock Exchange. But I think they'll qualify for the New York Stock Exchange right away if they decide to do the New York Stock Exchange, which I think is much better than NASDAQ. I think it could happen by January, So Railtown is high risk, and Fidelity is considering it an over-the-counter stock? Good Lord, this guy has no brain. It's not high risk. It's not high risk. I would say it's speculative, which I distinguish here. This group calls it speculative. High risk is the stuff you do. It's gambling. Speculative is slightly better than high risk. I don't see Railtown as high risk. I don't understand your point. AI Partners is doing 400 million already. Where's the high risk in that? Conductor was built 2 years ago. It was finished, and they're already in their 3rd or 4th iteration. They have customers, and AI Partners, who is partly motivated by John Ruffalo, AI Partners wants to be purchased by Railtown because of Conductor. So where's the high risk in that? Look, when you have something smart to say it. But until then, and Shaw, it is an over-the-counter stock. If you're trading it, God, you're dumb. If you're trading it on here's E-Trade. Here's E-Trade. Railtown. I can't. OTC. Well, it's an OTC stock. Because you're just, I think you're trying to be obtuse. I think you're smarter than you're coming across. It's painful. It is just bloody painful. Here's from the website, Railtown, Canadian Stock Exchange. Okay? Well, Well, it took me a while to find something to show you. Yes, Railtown AI Technologies is a Canadian public company. This heading TSX penny stocks, Railtown AI Technologies. I don't think it's a particularly important article, but this came out September 16th. Railtown Technologies is a Canadian company. It is a Canadian company focused on developing software technology. Despite being unprofitable and having negative return on equity, it has made strategic partnerships to expand its AI technology footprint. The company has raised capital through private placements, but faces cash runaway challenges. Railtown AI Technologies, a Canadian software technology company, has been making strategic partnerships to expand its AI technology footprint despite operating at a loss and having a negative return on equity. The company has raised, it's just saying the same thing over and over again. Anyway, it's a Canadian company. What's seller boxed? What is seller boxed? What's seller boxed, MM? Railtown? Railtown's not seller boxed. GTII, maybe. Maybe you're right. All right, so here, Volstoy King is an expert of every stock. He wants you to keep an eye out on OXBR. It's going to be $15 in the near future. So 2 REL of 4. Just go over there. Go over there. Start trading like a banshee because Volstoy King wants you out of Railtown. Oxbridge is 224. And just not for nothing, it's going to be a $15 stock in the future. And that is over the counter, and that is not risky. Ugh. Drives me crazy. All right, here we got finally Solomon's Treasure. Good job. Good job, Solomon's Treasure. I'm probably missing 2 hours of comments, but it's all right. We'll go with what we have. That's awesome, Solomon. Mr. Volks, you are an interesting cat, says Giuseppe and Grau. Remind me of another fellow used to hang around these parts. He went by Lion. Ah. Deschamps is here. Deschamps. Deschamps. I'm so fast. I'm in bed before the light goes out. Good job. That's awesome. You're almost up to the 40,000 I used in my example. So with a little extrapolation, if I'm correct, in May, you might be worth some championship money. All right, let's go through this. Pukema, but $6 by July. I'm not sure I said that. But if I did, and if I did, I did. But Pukey, let me be clear, and I just showed you some numbers. For Railtown to go up, they announced, God, it's so painful. It's just so painful. It's just so painful. It's just so painful. It's just so painful. Oh, I'm not able to get it quickly. Railtown announced on February 11th, 2025, Pukey, that they were going to acquire AIP Partners, and they made that announcement as a memorandum of understanding. They said that over the next few weeks, they would reduce it to a formal, whatever their word was, letter of intent. My predicate for the stock to go to $6, Pukey, is that now I can't use the term quiet period anymore, but Railtown on February 11th entered into an MOU to buy AIP Partners, which created a situation where most of the people involved signed a non-disclosure agreement. From that period until now, they've been working on starting an LOI period. I don't know what to call that period, but it's a period controlled by lack of communication on this subject, valuation probably, negotiation, and votes and signatures and tie-up and writing of legal documents and interfacing with the regulators and working with the bankers at Canaccord. So for the last 7 months, Pukey, Railtown has been negotiating with AI Partners to create the letter of intent. It's gone on for 7 months. My whole premise for $6, Pukey, is that once the attorneys finish that document and the news is announced, I think the stock will go to $6. I never said that the stock would go to $6 without the letter of intent being finalized. The key issue is the letter of intent needs to be finalized. It is with attorneys. It has nothing to do, Pukey, ha 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 ha, unless you work with the attorneys. It has nothing to do with whether or not people can trust me. I never said the attorneys talked to me, gave me a heads up. Now, I did believe, and I admit this, Pukey, that I thought they'd get it done in June. I still do, for the life of me, cannot explain why the attorneys couldn't put out something in June. I cannot explain why the attorneys didn't put something out in July. I'm not surprised by August, Pukey. And so far, September looks like the attorneys aren't going to get anything out in September. So, Pukey, the reason that the LOI is not finished is the attorneys haven't finished the paperwork. Now, what are the reasons for that, Pukey? What are the reasons? Could it be the attorneys are working with you, the shorts? Yeah, that's one chance. The attorneys could be corrupt. Could it be the attorneys are incompetent and they really, their skill is in title work for housing, real estate housing transactions? Could be. Could it be the attorneys are pouting because they haven't been paid? Could be. Could it be the attorney got pregnant and she's taken time off to have a baby? Could be. Could it be that the attorneys have a conflict of interest and haven't notified the regulatories? Yeah, I don't know. It could be anything. Or could it be that the deal has gotten so much bigger that the attorneys have more work to do? I don't know, Pukey. All I know is it's with the attorneys. Now, what could it mean that the deal hasn't been completed yet? Could it be the fault of the attorney? Sure. Could it be the responsibility of the regulators? Maybe. But remember, in Canada, Pukey, the regulators are 100% behind AI. So I doubt it's that. Could it be the deal fell apart and I'm lying? I suppose both things could be true. But if the deal had fallen apart, it'd be announced by now. And just yesterday, actually 2 days ago, I guess, Corey Brandolini, the CEO, posted this. See his name? Right here? Right here? Introducing Railtracks, the open source agentic framework. We're thrilled to announce the launch of our agentic framework designed to make building autonomous AI agents faster and easier. Build complex agent flows in Python with local visualizations to easily debug and share your work with no sign up required. He also reposted this, that Railtown is going to all in on September 24th. Okay, that's Brandolini. Well, that's interesting. Under Dr. Tom Core on LinkedIn, his first post is by Dave Harton, managing director at Axial Consulting. See it here? And it says, this telecom giant plans to invest more than $70 billion in Canada. It's a bold move by TELUS, TELUS, but the telecommunications giant intends to expand and enhance its infrastructure and operations across Canada. The $70 billion investment will help fuel TELUS Pure Fiber connectivity to homes and businesses across British Columbia, Alberta, Quebec, and Ontario. According to TELUS CEO, this investment is a cornerstone of Canada's competitiveness on global stage, driving critical transformational change and advancing our leadership in Canadian AI sovereignty with cutting-edge AI infrastructure. There it is. TELUS. That's what's on Dr. Tom Core of AIP's page. But then what I want to show you is Dr. Tom Core reposted, you see his picture right here? He reposted the same AI in rail tracks. This is 1 day ago, yesterday. We're excited to announce Railtown AI Inc. will be demonstrating rail tracks at the Team BC booth during All In Montreal, September 24th to 25. He also reposted the rail track. This is 1 day ago. He reposted the rail tracks AI. So let me ask you this. And look at who is part of AI affiliates, Cohere. So let me ask you this, Pukey. That doesn't sound like the deal's off. Sounds like they're working together as of a day ago. So what is the delay? It's the attorneys. That's what it is. Why is the delay caused by the attorneys? Because they're incompetent? I doubt it. Because they're corrupt like you are? I doubt it. Because the deal's getting bigger? That's probably more accurate. But it's frustrating. So it gives room for you to do your crimes. But anyway, I don't know what that has to do with trusting me, Pukey. Now there's infighting. Beautiful. Who's the infighting? I'm not infighting with anybody, Pukey. I don't even know your name. You're the only one I'm fighting with. Tolstoy King says lion of all trades, I believe. Pukema. Oh, good. Now he's going to go through the list. Finger. Finger was a stock recommended by him. I invested in it. I made money. And then I've followed it for a long time. I've interviewed people there. I think it's a good idea. Earlier this year, for example, I thought it had a trade from $1, a little over $1 to $5, maybe a little more. And I told people to sell. I did not recommend Finger uh, uh, beyond that this year. Um, and anyway, I support Finger. I like Finger, but I don't think it's going to squeeze. So I don't know. You can try to smear me with Finger somehow, but I think I've been transparent, open, sharing my thoughts on all sides of that issue. I never liked COSM, ever. COSM was a deal that came from your friends, Frank Benedetto, Lou, and the CEO. I'm not blaming those guys, but the criminals, not those three guys. I'm talking about whoever the financing group was up in New York, went to them and they stopped what I think was a squeeze going on in Finger and GTII 2 or 3 years ago. I no longer think those things can squeeze, but I never once recommended COSM. GTII, I never recommended. It's always a piece of shit stock. In fact, I started getting very negative on it, I think 2 summers, 3 summers ago. Now, did I, both with Finger and GTI, think that if a squeeze happened, did I put out charts that they could go up? Yeah, but that was 4 years ago, or whenever it was. I'm struggling with my exact memory. But it's been a long time, and I did a lot of work on GTII. You guys won on GTII, Pukey. You won. You won. And it's very circular that you're in there crushing the stocks, lying, cheating, and stealing, and then you turn it around on people who took a while to understand that your crime is so incredible, it has all escapes covered. There's no way you lose. Even when seems to be a squeeze in process, you have the systems to go move the trades to Alpine, get them into the court system, and by time you have the way to get another company, COSM, to suck 35 million out of the market to destroy the momentum. It's amazing. I give up. I'm not fighting you guys anymore. I leave the field to you. The one stock that's going to get people who have lost money because of you into the green is Railtown. I never recommended CAUD, but I did like Logic, and Logic split. They had a whatever those things are called. They were going into the shell and into this SPAC, Data Logic, which became Collective Audience. And as soon as I saw the financing, I knew you guys were going to win. And by email, phone call, and other tough situations, I fought back, but you guys won. Your partners in that crime, Aubrey Advisors, Chadron Financial, and the attorneys involved, wiped out, stole the entire market cap of Collective Audience and Logic. And as soon as the financing was out, I talked about it. The CEO of Logic, Brent Sun, put out that Logic was going to roll in 8 new companies, and somehow you guys got one company to come who I think was in it. And I've been very upfront about all that. I never recommended Collective Audience. And I think we got robbed by you in logic. Nixie, I recommended, I don't know, a year and a half ago for a while. I think some people made money on it. But as soon as the uh, uh, longs turned on their computers and got 50 million in volume and the stock came up, you on the short side triggered it. I think you worked with White Diamond, and I think he blocked it all, and I think he let you in on it. I came on and I told people I would ease off, and then I think people did make money in Nixie, and then in sort of I think January time, I started following Nixie again because they were going to build revenues of 100 million, and they also still had this group of longs who were going to try to get the computers dueling with your computers, and it had a chance of making a run. Well, they did. It ran again. It was like the first time it went from, I don't know, $2 to $12 pre-market. I think this time it went to $8 pre-market. But sure enough, you all's computers ended up winning out. And so on June 4th, I told everyone to get out of all these shitty stocks and get into Railtown. Railtown was around 25 cents. I just showed people that Nixie was higher, 209. It's now 177. So if people listen to me, they I don't know if they quite doubled their money, but 80% up on their money. They saved losing money in Nixie, and they made money in Railtown so far. I've never recommended GDC. It's something Ham came on in November, and he did it here. So to the extent that it was on my channel, sure. But he came out, I think people had a chance to make money. He came out, I think, at 70 cents, and it went to $12, and people really had a chance. And I think he told people to sell some, take money off the table, but you'd have to check his recordings. But that was a 10 or 15x on GDC. Or I might be confusing that with G-Bucks, actually. That was G-Bucks. What I just described right now was G-Bucks. GDC and ZJYL both were hams. And it's the same story. Group of guys trying to fight you all, buying the controlling, the more than the short, and in one of the cases more than the float, and then trying to engineer a squeeze. What happened with GDC is somebody went on Twitter and blurted out that what the longs were trying to do, and the attorney said, we can't go forward. Because remember, longs have to follow the law. Pukey, you don't. You can cheat and steal, and you can even get in trouble, but you're not going to prison or jail because you bribe everybody, and you've got so much volume going on, and you have the great attorneys, you're not going to jail. So anyway, I think GDC, it's odd that you pick it up right now, but I think GDC's made some money for some people. I think people that listen to Dirty Randy and listen to Ham recently have seen it run from $2 or $3 to something, 10. I know Frank Benedetto, according to a friend of mine, sold 80% of it a few days ago. But it's an odd one for you to pick because people are making money in it right now. But just to be clear, Pookie, I've told everyone to get out of all of these stocks that you can have an effect on and put it all in Railtown. So I don't take your blame. And now rail up your ass. Ha, 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 ha. Well, we'll see. We'll see. If the attorneys ever finish their work product, which it's not going to be today. I don't think it'll be next week. I don't think it'll be September. But if they finish it in October, uh, we'll see, Pukey, and we won't know how to follow you. You'll just change your name, and you'll laugh with your friends under a different name. So it's been a wonderful experience knowing you. I'm not optimistic in Railtown in the sense I've lost my mind. I'm putting out the information there that people can translate into where the stock is headed. I'm not a day trader, Volkstoy, like you are. I'm not a short seller like Pukey is. But you guys go have your game. I'm leaving. I'm leaving it. But until then, I'm going to fight for people on Railtown. If I'm angry and intemperate, well, screw it. That's the way I am. But I'm trying to get something done to fight you all. Pukey, from finger up your ass to one big rail coochie coo up your ass. Oh, you're so clever, Pukey. You're so clever. Beautiful, beautiful. Pukey, look at this Biden doppelganger put up his face so close to the screen. That's a sight. Well, Pukey, I can't see your face. I'm sure it's a sight too. One of the reasons my face goes so close to the screen is my eyesight. Another reason is it's not a very big screen. A third reason is I don't know what the hell I'm doing. I need a producer. So thanks for making fun of me, Pukey. I guess Brandon Neely and Bill Miko shoved a good one up his ass, Pukey says. Benjamin Shamil says Energy Vault is ready to skyrocket. Let's see what that's doing. Energy Vault is up 50 cents. It's at 316. The market cap at Energy Vault is $300 million. And Benjamin, the person to follow on Energy Vault is Dirty Randy. Dirty Randy. So I don't know what the chart looks like. I know it's a highly competitive business. And the chart just goes straight up. Just goes straight up. But let's see what the 5-year chart looks like. And of course, nothing does go straight up. But the 5-year chart, yeah, I would say you don't need a 5-year. You probably could use, it was a SPAC. You could probably use a 3-year. They stole everything on that SPAC, maybe a 4-year. And now it's recovering. You can see that they destroyed it first, and it's been very painful for a long time. It's now on the New York, and I would say this movement here, if it can get above here, yeah, you might have a double or something, or a little bit more, triple. So Benjamin, if you want people to get out of Railtown and go to Energy Vault, I hope you tell them when to sell. I hope you protect them from short sellers. I You say it's going to skyrocket, so we'll see. My guess is you want people to buy it so you can dump it, and that while they're waiting on for the skyrocket, you've moved on to another stock. But maybe it'll skyrocket. Maybe this is the one that'll skyrocket. I think Railtown is the safer bet in this speculative space. And I think Railtown has far more upside than Energy Vault. Energy Vault is in a highly competitive business. They have to leverage, they have to borrow money and leverage their acquisitions to get 15% return. So as long as California is giving tax money to help I don't know. I don't know all the things. I don't want to be negative. I suggest you follow Dirty Randy because there must be a lot of positive things going on with Energy Vault. I think it's foolish to switch out of Railtown. I think it's foolish to own any of these other stocks because as soon as you do, it becomes hot money. The only stock to own is Railtown with 10 minutes to go, 44 to 44.7. And so Pukey said, who is this whack job blaming today? I don't even know where to start with that comment. The U.S. securities markets are destroyed by people like you. So I'm blaming you today. His head needs to be examined. Okay. I'll go get it examined. Pukey, where are all those fakers who claim they bought 12 million shares? Ha 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 ha. 12,380,000 shares. I think we probably have more. You're the one producing fake shares. Pukey Maine told you it was a fake. It's not fake. It's not fake at all. You're the fake. Show your real name and we'll discuss who's being fake. 1 million, 2 million, 10K, 50K, 100K, 5K. Ah, I don't even know what you're talking about. I have no idea what you're talking about. Pukey, every day you watch the Kabuki theater. Oh God, you don't even know what Kabuki theater means. Every day reading articles of other AI companies or news totally unrelated to rail crap, and you all got suckered in. I think it's true that other companies are being funded, and those are different companies than Railtown. I think that's true. I think Morgan Stanley is talking about the AI 2.0, and they're not talking about Railtown. I think that's true. I think James Altucher, who came out and said the AI 2.0 is the greatest wealth producing technology for 150 years, he's not talking about Railtown. I think that's true. But I think in the context of the spend and the size of the market and the demand for AI revenues in companies, I think it's important to show the activity that's going on out there, Pukey. While the attorneys do nothing publicly, what choice do I have? I can't talk about Railtown's revenues. I can't talk. I can show Pukey. I can show, as I have. So I've spent a lot of time, Pukey, letting people know about John Ruffalo. John Ruffalo is one of the prime movers at AIP Partners. So this article is about John Ruffalo's company Mavericks, which is a venture capital firm. With third managing partner and fresh funding, Mavericks is ready to fill a Canadian investment gap. John Ruffalo's Mavericks private equity fund has welcomed a new managing partner, and they have just reached their initial close of $350 million. The $350 million comes from anchor investors CAAT Pension Plan, British Investment Management Corp, Bank of Montreal, Canadian Imperial Bank of Commerce, and Matame Asset Management. It also includes investment from some family funds as well. In an interview with BetaKit, Ruffalo discussed his plans for Mavericks and how the fund is an evolution of his career in the Canadian tech and investment landscape. Mavericks is a slight departure from Ruffalo's venture investment history. Rather than a pure tech focus, the firm is looking to invest in traditional businesses of around 100 million revenue in size: healthcare, financial services, transportation, and logistics. Mavericks is also pursuing deals for significant minority positions. While not tech-focused, Ruffalo is still coming at Mavericks investing from a tech lens, looking for companies that are heavily utilizing technology. Mavericks' thesis places it somewhere between growth-focused venture and a traditional PE. What I'm doing is a hybrid of venture and private equity, says Ruffalo. The size and scope puts Mavericks somewhere between growth stage funds and traditional PE funds that tend to provide later stage capital or take controlling interests in companies. Ruffalo told BetaKit Mavericks is looking for deals that may be too early for traditional PE. Anyway, that goes on. That's Ruffalo, and he's got a team. I've read all this to everybody. And then I read this article about Canada moving to the right, and it talks about investor John Ruffalo. They're developing a vision for where they think Canada should go. They started a group called Build Canada. And Canada's Tech Centre and the Conservative Party have gone public with their commitment to each other. I don't think I've seen more energy and optimism, said Boris Wirtz, another venture guy. And then John Ruffalo was quoted about the policies they're trying to get in to help AI and other investments. And Here's John Ruffalo up in Canada. He had a biking accident. Last June, Ruffalo gathered 86, here I'll show it to you. Last year, Ruffalo gathered 86 business leaders at the Toronto Dominion Centre in Toronto's financial district to hear Poilievre tell them why he should be Canada's next prime minister. Tech executives were well represented in the room. Attendees, of whom men outnumbered women 7-1, included Magnet Forensics CEO Adam Belcher, Boral CEO Andrew Graham, Xanadu CEO Christian Weedbrook, Applied Board CEO Mehdi Basri, and Ada CEO Mike Murchison. They all listened as Poilievre set out his vision for Canada. Each paid $1,700 to attend. Before the gathering, it wasn't clear if the country's tech sector would back Poilievre. Ruffalo says, quote, by that time, the tech company was done with liberals, he explains, but they didn't know where to go. Ruffalo, who made up his mind months earlier, urged guests to hear Poilievre out. Anyway, that's a way of showing you that Ruffalo is a big deal in Canada. And guess what? I guess I got to show you at the top because you won't believe it. Here's AIP partnership. And here's Meet the Team founders. Michael Nobrega from Omers. Dr. Tom Core. Patrick Holgren, IBM. And then one of the founders, John Ruffalo, founder and managing partner to Mavericks. And he worked at Omers. So these guys started AI Partners, which has 400 million in revenue. So what's the suckering in there, Pukey? Huh? What's the suckering in? Are you sure this guy worked on Wall Street? At Wall Street? Oh, God. How trapped are you, Pukey, in your short position in Railtown? Is it scaring you or something? Or are you just one of those guys that gets paid $7.50 every time I say your name? Pukey, Pukey, Pukey. Buy yourself a drink tonight. I think he listens to Imagine song daily, living in his own bubble. Imagine? By John Lennon? So you must be an old guy. Railtown closed at 43 cents on 300 share. Pukey, dumb fuck, living I don't know whose basement and talking all this big talk. I'm not in a basement. I'm in a house. I rent, I believe, the largest unit in the house. I've never been in the one behind me, but it's not. What I see of it, it's small, but it could be bigger. I don't know. But I don't live in a basement. but I do rent, Pukey. I used to own my own home, but I don't anymore. Big talk from politics to all other crap. Pukey, Mr. Knows It All. Lots of laughs. I don't think I know it all. I don't think I know it all, Pukey. I'm sure you don't, but I don't claim to know it all. If I ever get a producer, I'd much rather listen to other people than listen to myself. But that's not my situation right now. But thank you, Pukey. Maddie, Pukey has been drinking again. He hasn't been the same since Tony De Niro dumped him. Oh, I didn't know he worked with Tony. I saw that Tony is supporting Railtown, which is a surprise. But where's the clairvoyance guy? I don't know what you're talking about. Here's another nightmare. Volkstoy comes in trying to be your friend, but he gets you doubting. Just remember that. I can agree with William Optimism. I can't put my money in an OTC heavily relying on what if. Anything can what if. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. Railtown is not a what if company. God, I'm not going through it again. I'm not going through it. If you want to listen to this idiot, listen to him. But Railtown isn't a what if. Railtown has 4 products they've been working on for 5 years. They're in the commercial stage. They came through the commercial stage. They met AIP Partners. AIP Partners has 180 companies in its network. They're going to emulate CSU. That's the stock on the Canadian. And they have 400 million in revenue. Railtown has revenue. They're merging. The only thing holding it up is getting the documents done. It's not a what if. He was so polite to William and almost knighted him. Oh, Pukey, you're such an asshole. Tony Denarlulu, he's now living in 1990. Stocks don't trade like, oh God, this is ha 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 ha. I'm not going to read every one of yours. Oh, it's a she? Pukey's a she? She gets paid 5 cents? I didn't know she's a she. Okay, Volkstoy, that's it. That's it, Volkstoy. You're gone. Pukey, you're gone. I can't get through that. I think Volkstoy is a short, and Pukey. Look, guys, if you think I'm loony, you think I'm lying to you, you think somehow this is a big con job, just go trade with these guys. But I'm not going to take their crap anymore. I'm not going to take it anymore. That's a good job, Champ. I think I already talked to, yeah, I already wrote it down. Jack Hamilton, the more the shills show up, the better I feel. All right, that's not a bad point, Jack. It's not a bad point. Let's go, Brandon. Let's go, Brandon. You're probably going to go too. 808, I did block them both. Phil Haynes bought 250 more. Good for you, Phil. Good for you. That's great. Don't engage him. Please block that piece of shit. I agree with you. I blocked them both. Phil Haynes, 1750. I I think it will work. I don't think you have to hope. But we won't have, Phil, we won't have the information we need to assess things until the attorneys finish their work. I don't think that's going to happen until October. It's just me. But that's about a week away. You know, it's about 10 days away. We can make it that far. I agree with Norm Frost, ranting like somebody is with panic. I wouldn't think, though, that, Norm, that one stock's going to wipe them out. I don't think that's the case. It could, though, and Railtown could. But I don't want to get caught up in whether or not Railtown is a short squeeze. Giuseppe, Pookie, you made your point. Giuseppe says, Puke, most of us are green, some even less, a bit red on rail. We'll see it through the LOI, determine revenue and valuation. Thanks again for your many advisory. Now, so long and farewell. I like that. I'm not going to read that, MM. Middle ground. Look, Energy Vault new highs, just chugging along. They want you distracted so you move over and your money's hot again. It looks like Energy Vault was a SPAC. It failed spectacularly because that's how I think that's how Wall Street does. They take all that money. But then Energy Vault looks like it's New York Stock Exchange, if I recall correctly. They have a pretty big, a pretty good deck that I read, and they have facilities all over the world. They're in a highly competitive space. They have the idea of storing energy so that when energy is needed, it's available. That's not a particularly new idea. Everybody's trying to do it, but that doesn't mean they won't be the ones that do get it done. Energy Vault was at $10 forever, got crushed. It looks like it's trying to break up above some resistance, and it may keep going. But, and I don't know the answer on this. I think you have to listen to Dirty Randy. To me, it has all the hallmarks that they're going to raise money. Now, is that good? It could be good, but it could also limit the upside. So as you get seduced into going over there, just recognize it's a gigantic amount of capital that has to be deployed, and it's mostly borrowed to get 15% returns. Maybe it's perfect. Maybe they're the great guys for it. I don't know. I'm not trying to say anything negative. It's a different story completely than Railtown. Completely different. But if you want to go over there with middle ground, I personally think middle ground's one of these shorts as well. I concede the ground to the criminals. They can have it. I don't want to do it anymore. I don't want to fight it. They win. But until then, until I stopped doing this, look, Energy Vault is 313. So Energy Vault has tripled since I made the blanket statement that I thought all of these stocks should be avoided. Will it go higher? Yeah. Now Railtown since that time it's not up double, but it's close to double. Where will they be in a month? I don't know. We'll find out. But if you want to listen to Middle Ground, I'm sure you can follow him somewhere. I'm not going to say anything negative about Energy Vault, but I really don't think chasing a stock that's already basically tripled is necessarily the right thing to do if you're trying to make money. But if you want to, join in. They will raise money at some point, and it'll be down. But depends on what they use the money for. I don't have time to study it all. I went through the deck. Maybe I'll look it up tonight and we can talk about it on Monday. What's this? This is me, Wizard of Wall Street. I'm not a wizard on Wall Street. I'm asking permission to use your name on my YouTube channel, Bill on Bikes. Oh, I didn't know you had one. I'll look up your channel. We'll be making a video on buying equipment, considering depreciation and tax write-offs. Well, that's all important. I don't know much about all that. I mean, I've depreciated assets before, and I've had taken tax write-offs, but I don't know how it relates to equipment and bikes. I don't know. So it'd be very interesting information. Is Railtown in a quiet period? Apparently not. Quiet period is a very technical term. I didn't realize that, but it applies only to IPOs and I guess other security issuance. When you file with the SEC, essentially a prospectus, I presume, for an IPO or I assume also a secondary, that's called a quiet period. Earnings are also fall in that category because you're filing it with the SEC, I guess. Railtown isn't in a quiet period in that sense, but Railtown announced on September 11th, 2025 that Railtown had entered into a memorandum of understanding with AI Partnership Corp, whereby Railtown would acquire AI Partnerships Corp. And in that announcement, they said that they would be moving the entire transaction to a letter of intent over the coming weeks. That transaction, I'm sure, but I don't know, must have involved valuation, maybe some consultants' opinions, revenue projections, kicking the tires on all manner of accounting and filings. And in that process, there's a lot of material, non-public information made, which I assume everyone involved, either they had to sign an NDA or their associates had to sign an NDA, which they were bound by. That NDA means a non-disclosure agreement. And I think what Railtown is in a broad period of time where people with knowledge of the company, insiders, investors, and all manner of those involved, insiders, are locked in on NDAs. It's been 7 months. The attorneys are unable to finish it. And the company the company still goes forward on their business and makes announcements, but until the attorneys can get it to the LOI phase, the LOI period can't start. So we're in this 7-month tunnel where it's not called an MOU period. I don't know what to call it. I really don't know what to call it. There's, from the announcement of the MOU until the time they complete the LOI, the people involved with Railtown, AI Partners, probably Omer's, probably Mavericks, all of the underlying companies, probably at Canaccord, the stock's on the restricted list. But all of those people are bound by non-disclosure agreements. I don't know what to call it. I don't know what shorthand to use. I made the mistake of calling it a quiet period. It is not a quiet period, but it has the same effect as a quiet period. Nobody can talk about revenue, projections, presentations, valuations, what the stock is worth. They can't talk. And we're waiting for the attorneys to finish. It's been 7 months. I figure it'll be another month. It may be as long as getting Kim Kardashian pregnant. I don't know. It's going to go on for a while. The attorneys are not ready to let go of their workmanship. It's just a fact. I don't know if it's their fault, regulators' fault, something else. But the fact is, the attorneys are not finished. I want to use you, the stock guy, in my thumbnail, and let's do a comparison. The business guy versus the stock. I'm not a stock guy. I'm not a stock guy. I'm not a stock guy. But you, I guess, Bill, run a private company. You've never availed yourself of capital, but I'm not a stock guy, and I don't pretend to be. There's a lot of stocks out there, but I'm not a stock guy. I think investing in I think you do Harley Davidson bikes. I think there's a lot of problems with that right now. I think there's problems with financing, and but maybe baby boomers are still buying the Harleys. I'm sure there's a lot of depreciation if you're already rich, and that's valuable, and you are rich. But for people, Bill, which are in this group, who invested in MMTLP and are under a lot of pressure, they lost lives, they lost families, they lost homes, and they're trying to fight back, and they can't really realize that the entire system has been corrupted by a handful of men. And the same people who invested in MMAT, the same people who invested in Torchlight, the people who invested in MULM, NIXX, Logic, CRTD, Vocal, GTII, Finger, and now they're in Energy Vault, which might work. And now they're in these other stocks. Every time they keep getting nicked, what I heard from one person, I just want my money back. All I see Railtown as, there's not a single person on this phone, Bill, that can buy a Harley Davidson dealership. So it's great as a talking, then they're not married to a wife who has $250,000 in oil and gas. There are some people here who have money. But for most people, it's just talking about that pot of money that is speculative. Now, you bought Railtown, you liked Railtown, and you decided that instead of staying in Railtown, you went through the whole summer, you thought it was important because I guess you had no other monies to buy 100,000 in equipment, and you needed that little extra piece. Well, that's good for you. It's good for you. And 100,000 makes $5,000 a month. Well, that's a lot different than making $5,000 on 18,000. So you're a more conservative guy that doesn't need growth. So it's just you're comparing different things. I'm still convinced that you work for the shorts because your story doesn't always measure up. But I don't know that. I don't know that. I don't give you permission, by the way. I do not give you permission. I laughed my ass off, Pukey. Marty Party. Pukey has been on here 50 different times using different names, always saying blah, 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 blah. Yusuf Barnes, hey. Yusuf Barnes, thank you. That's great, Yusuf. Hey, Ward. Great show today. Thanks for the info. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Ward, very much. Justin Babish, 1,000 more. Wow, Justin. I thought you were already at that level, but I'll put it down. And then Wall Street Wolfie, another guy. Oh, my Railtown is red. All right, Wall Street, you do it again, I'm gonna cancel you. Paul Hardiman bought 10,000. All right, Paul. All right. It's awesome, guys. Awesome, awesome, awesome. I'm sorry for that. I get worked up, and I haven't eaten today, and I get just as frustrated with the delays as you do. Looking on my list here, most of these stocks haven't worked, but it looks like GDC's in the process of something. And if you want, Bill Miko knew to buy it, I guess at 8 or 9. I can't remember. He said what day, but I didn't write down the amount. It's down now, but I guess he still thinks his reason for buying GDC was the press release that said the stock was worth $22.75 a share. I think it was either a mistake, or just a misreading or bad translation from Chinese to English. But that's what they paid. That's what they paid. That's not what it's worth. It's $15. And they also announced they're going to raise money, a lot of money. So I have a feeling that those of us who aren't privy to it, we might get crammed down a bit. But that's a risk Bill Miko wants to take. That's fine. It's fine. But he's not a stock guy. I'm a stock guy. He's not. Whatever. I'm not an accountant. If you want to learn about depreciation on equipment to work on Harley Davidsons, call an accountant. I'm not a stock guy. I don't sit and screen thousands of stocks a day. I'm just not. I like hearing a story. I like, I'm not a stock guy. I guess I'm not a stock guy either. So anyway, let's see where these all closed. Railtown closed at 43 to 48, 43 to 48, 304,500 shares. I would say on the positive side with Railtown, let me see what day it is. Next week on Rosh Hashanah, day 1 and day 2, Railtown's going to be presenting. I don't know if they're doing a speech or anything, but they're going to be presenting the Lang tracks at a booth in Montreal. I take that, number one, as a positive. They're moving forward with their commercialization of their AI tools. I take it also as a further positive because both the CEO at Railtown, Corey Brandolini, and the CEO of AI Partners both posted that same thing and posted about Langtrax 1 day ago. I take it as a positive that the acquisition is full steam ahead. And I further, when you go to the website of All In, I'm not going to do it today. I'm too tired. But Canada is all behind AI. There's so much momentum behind AI. Is it better than Energy Vault? Is it better than GDC? I have no idea. But it's what I know. And it's not reliant on manipulation. It's not reliant on a group of guys trying to get the buy-side computer buying. It's none of that. And I've spent a lot of time showing you that. So I think it's all good for Railtown. If Railtown were making a presentation at the All In on Tuesday, I believe they'd have to make the news announcement before Corey went to the lectern. But I'm not sure what the rules are if he's just presenting one of the products, Langtrax. I'm not sure what the rules are. But if he's getting up and making a company presentation, I think the news has to be out. So there is a chance that the news would be out by Tuesday morning prior to the opening of the All-In conference in Montreal. There is a chance, but I wouldn't get your hopes up. I don't think the attorneys are capable of finishing this work in any time frame that's going to make it a happy experience for us. So I would look to October. But October is not that far away. October is 7 more trading days in September. So it's 8 trading days away for October. It's not that far. So I would plan on October so that we're all calmer than I am. And I don't know what to say. If he gives a presentation, and he didn't say that in his post, and he doesn't show up on the presenters list. But if he were to give a presentation, the news would have to be out early in the morning on the 23rd. I don't know if it needs to be out if he's just presenting Langtrax. I just really don't know. It's 4:30. And well, I guess I didn't know that. GDC's down almost 70 cents. It's 67.5 cents. I didn't know that. I thought that was actually Energy Vault is going up. It's up 50 cents today. Anyway, I'm going to leave it there, guys. How more now? I wish, pray for peace in the Middle East, and I'm going to leave it at that.